Chapter 4:14. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and embarrassed. She asked, "Why do I have to take off my clothes?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "I heard that the acupoint sealing techniques in Jianghu are passed down from master to disciple or husband to wife. It's impossible for a master and disciple of the opposite sex to do it because it's the most difficult to recognize. Sometimes you have to take off your clothes to recognize it clearly." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. "Well, since it's your first time unsealing acupoints, do you want to take off Little Orange's clothes?" "It's okay, Brother Ren. A doctor has the heart of a parent. That's what my father taught me." Then she was about to go up. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hands and said, "No, no, no, little fish Nia, it's okay. I'm just thinking about what to do next. You'd better stand aside." Alas, Zhang Xiaohua was really afraid that Nie Qianyu would quickly take off Little Orange's clothes. If that happened, it would be difficult for her to distinguish. She couldn't let her eyes grow needle holes. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried about taking off her clothes, Nie Qianyu was secretly relieved and stepped aside. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then she stretched out her hands and slowly tapped on a few major acupoints around Little Orange's body. After a while, she tapped on a few other acupoints slowly. Then she stood up. Nie Qianyu was stunned. Although her martial arts were not good, she was after all a person who had seen the world. When others unsealed acupoints, they all held their breath and gathered their internal force. Then they moved as fast as lightning and strong as the wind, showing the demeanor of a master. However, how could this guy be so lazy and be done with just a few strokes? Could it be that he was lying to her? Nie Qianyu was suspicious. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was looking at her as if she was a monster, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What? Haven't you seen a master unseal acupoints?" "You?" Nie Qianyu was really speechless. How could she be called a master with just a few strokes? But at this moment, a groan came from the Kong like a thunderbolt. Nie Qianyu turned around and saw that it was Little Orange, who was still sleeping a few days ago. "Thank God, thank God." Nie Qianyu muttered and hurried to the bed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips. "You only know how to thank the heavens and earth. You don't even know how to thank Brother Zhang." Nie Qianyu came to the bed. She was not in a hurry to wake Little Orange up. Instead, she put her finger on Little Orange's wrist. Sure enough, Little Orange's pulse had gradually stabilized. There was no abnormality, just a little weak. Nie Qianyu was overjoyed. She was about to wake Little Orange up when Little Orange slowly opened its eyes. Seeing Nie Qianyu sitting in front of the Kong, she hurriedly tried to sit up. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't sit up. She had no strength at all. She hurriedly said, "Miss, why are you up so early?" "Wait a minute. I'll get up right away to get you some hot water." As he spoke, he tried to get up again. Nie Qianyu couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She cried, "Little Orange." Boo-hoo! Little Orange saw this and hurriedly said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Miss, look at you. Why are you crying so early in the morning? The fortune teller yesterday was just talking nonsense. I think Brother Ren likes you very much. For you, he specially took a detour from Tanha City to Macho City. If you cry until your face is ruined, let's see what will happen to you when Brother Ren comes back." Little Orange. You. Nie Qianyu couldn't care less about crying. She hurriedly went forward and covered Little Orange's hand with her left hand. She didn't care about Little Orange's body at all. "Oh. Miss, you're not crying anymore." Little Orange's mouth was covered and he stuttered. Nie Chinyu's face was red and she looked to the side uneasily. Little Orange only noticed that Mrs. expression was different from usual. He followed Nie Chinyu's gaze and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing not far away. She looked embarrassed and helpless. Little Orange was surprised. He wanted to cover his mouth with his hands, but his arms were too weak. Fortunately, Nie Chinyu's left hand was there and she covered it for him. The whole room was silent. After a while, Nie Chinyu's left hand finally moved away. Little Orange smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Ren, when did you come back? Have you settled everything? Today is the 16th day of the first lunar month. It's also the day of the full moon. You must eat dumplings with us." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "No problem, Little Orange. As long as you have the strength." Little Orange said unhappily, "Let's not talk about whether I have the strength or not. Please, can you not come and go like a ghost? This is the boudoir. Moreover, you've been gone for a few days. Let us." Before Little Orange could finish, Nie Chinyu smiled and said, "Little Orange, don't talk. Sleep for a while more. When you wake up, we'll eat dumplings." Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to have realized something and said, "That's right, that's right. You rest first. I'll go to the kitchen to hurry up the dumplings." After saying that, she ran out like a wisp of smoke. After hearing what Little Orange said just now, Zhang Xiaohua really had the impulse to save her. After Zhang Xiaohua went out, Little Orange whispered, "Miss, when did Brother Ren come back? Why did you let him into the room? I haven't even woken up yet." Nie Chinyu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" Little Orange said curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Miss, you make it sound as if I'm a patient with amnesia." "Oh, that's right, it's true. I remember that when we returned to the entrance of the inn last night, I was walking. Before I reached the inn, my vision turned black. Did I slip and fall? Sigh, I didn't feel like I slipped. How did I sleep until now? It's already late in the morning, but why don't I have any strength in my body? Could it be that I'm sick?" Nie Chinyu asked, "Little Orange, are you hungry?" "Hungry? I'm not very hungry. I ate a lot last night, so I don't feel hungry now." At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. It was Zhang Xiaohua who came in with a food box. She smiled and said, "Little Orange must be hungry. Come, have some porridge first." Little Orange said, "Thank you, young Master Ren. I just told Miss that I ate a lot last night, so I'm not hungry now." "Oh, yes, Miss, I didn't serve you breakfast this morning. I'll get up now and feed you porridge." Nie Chinyu quickly held her down and said, "It's okay. My right hand is almost healed. Even if I don't use my right hand, my left hand can still eat. You should rest well." "Rest?" Little Orange was very puzzled. "Miss, I don't seem to be sick, right?" Nie Chinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, why don't you tell Little Orange what happened?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "I'm not good with words. You tell her." Nie Chinyu didn't refuse and told her everything that had happened to Little Orange. Little Orange was stunned. Wasn't this just listening to a storytelling? Was this something that she experienced personally? But if it wasn't, why was she so weak? But if it was, why didn't she feel anything at all? Little Orange still didn't believe it and asked, "Miss, could it be that you and Brother Ren came up with a plan to trick me? Just now, you said that Big Brother Ren brought me back to the inn. It took him 2 days, and I was unconscious for a day. In addition to the time that I didn't know before, I haven't eaten for several days. But why am I not hungry at all? About this?" Nie Chinyu thought for a while and said, you were unconscious and your body didn't move, so you didn't consume much energy. Moreover, your acupoints were sealed by evil people, so your body didn't consume much energy. So you didn't need to eat, so you weren't hungry. Oh right, do you still remember the fasting pills in our valley? Fasting pills. Little Orange and Zhang Xiaohua asked in unison. Brother Ren, I thought you didn't know about Rejuvenation Valley. Why do you know about the fasting pills? Nie Qianyu was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I didn't know about the fasting pills either. I just thought it sounded strange, so I asked. When Nie Qianyu heard this, she did not doubt it and continued, our Rejuvenation Valley's special fasting pill can prevent you from eating for 2 to 3 days. You must have been fed such a pill, so you don't feel hungry. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. This fasting pill is something from the immortal Tao. How can Rejuvenation Valley refine it? Is Rejuvenation Valley also an immortal Tao legacy? Moreover, I brought Little Orange all the way back to Pingyang City. How did I forget that I had the fasting pills with me? I was worried about what to do if Little Orange didn't eat. It wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's fault. That fasting pill was just something that Zhang Xiaohua made out of boredom. He had long thrown it in a corner of the space. He had already fasted himself and naturally didn't need it. Why did he think of it in his anxiety? Little Orange had already woken up. She was just physically weak, but other than that, she was fine. The disaster had passed without any mishap. Although it wasn't the 16th day of the first lunar month, money made the world go round. Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Qianyu, and Little Orange still ate dumplings at night. Little Orange, who was weak, didn't eat much. Zhang Xiaohua didn't eat much either. On the other hand, Nie Qianyu, who couldn't eat or sleep well, ate a lot in one go. It was as if she was the one who was injured and not Little Orange. Little Orange's body was weak. For her safety, Nie Qianyu suggested that they rest for a few more days in Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua naturally had no objections. He knew that he might not be able to return after leaving Pingyang City. Although Pingyang City wasn't his home, it was his second home. He was happy to be able to stay for one more day. During the few days of rest, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to visit the Lotus Escort Agency. However, after careful consideration, he realized that without Zhang Xiaohu, the Lotus Escort Agency really had nothing to do with him. Why should he mourn over it? Therefore, during his free time, he hid in the house and comprehended the heavenly Tao, the array formations and restrictions. Occasionally, he would practice the bewitching finger. His days were really carefree. Chapter 4:15. An ordinary horse carriage was pulled by a black horse. The bells of the carriage jingled as it drove out of the east gate of Pingyang City. It was no different from other long-distance carriages. The only eye-catching thing about it was that there was a mule beside the black horse. The one sitting on the carriage wasn't an old carriage driver who had weathered many hardships, nor was it a robust and powerful middle-aged man. Instead, it was a skinny young man. This young man looked extremely ordinary. Forget about being thrown into a crowd, even if he was sitting on the carriage like this, no one would give him a third glance. Yes, other than the first look, the second look would be to wonder why he did not use a whip to drive the carriage. Was this not our ordinary Zhang Xiaohua? Anyone who was successful in martial arts would know that the path of martial arts was to train one's skills and refine one's essence, energy, and spirit so that one could stand out among ordinary people. Only then would one be able to suppress others. Why was it that many Jianghu experts could be seen from afar? It was because their aura was different from the aura of martial arts. However, as one's martial arts reached a high level and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, their aura would be restrained. At this time, if one did not actively release their aura, no one would notice this person's uniqueness. It was just like Zhang Xiaohua's current state. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts at this time, if one were to use the Jianghu's term to describe it, he would be considered an expert. Moreover, he should be a slightly top-notch expert. He had spent the past few years of his rapid progress on a deserted island. Even if he revealed his aura, no one would notice. By the time the people from the Axayan Rong faction met him, his aura had already begun to retract on its own. That was why Bai Yonggue and Chai Feng did not notice it. When Zhang Xiaohua first saw the heavenly Dao in Songning Town and saw life and death on the way back to Lu Town, he had gradually walked his own path of cultivation. He had faintly merged himself with this world and the high and mighty heavenly Dao. This was what the immortal Dao talked about, returning to one's natural state. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaohua was sitting high up in the carriage, she was still as inconspicuous as he was in the crowd. The horse carriage went out of the east gate and continued for a while before it reached a fork in the road. The curtains of the horse carriage were pulled open, revealing Nie Qianyu and Little Orange inside. At this moment, Little Orange's face was slightly pale, but he was still full of energy. He must have been bored out of his wits in Pingyang City and was looking around. Looking at the fork in the road ahead, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fishy Nya, we should go south." Nie Qianyu replied, "That's right, Big Brother Ren. This official road is the easiest to recognize. You can just head south." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Little Orange has rested for a few more days in Pingyang City. Aren't you guys in a hurry to go home? If there's a shortcut, we can take it." After the fight with the mysterious old man and mastering the bewitching finger, Zhang Xiaohua was full of courage. Nie Qianyu's eyes curved and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, "There's no need for that, Big Brother Ren. We can just take the official road. The smaller roads are not safe. Although we're not afraid, there's no need to provoke them for no reason. We've already been delayed for a long time, it won't hurt to travel for a few more days." Little Orange, who was at the side, heard and exclaimed, "Ayo, miss, look at what you're saying. Since that's the case, why don't you rest for a few more days in Pingyang City? I've already said that my limbs are still weak, but you just have to let me rest in this horse carriage." Pfft, Nie Qianyu could not help but spit again. "You're just eating and sleeping every day. My wrist is injured and I only let Big Brother Ren do the work. Aren't you embarrassed? I've already checked your pulse and it's already fine. Won't your family be more assured if you go back earlier?" Little Orange pouted and muttered softly, "I don't know what she's thinking." Zhang Xiaohua was tactful and did not say a word. She moved her hands and steered the horse carriage onto the official road towards the south. Ever since Little Orange had said so much when she first woke up, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little awkward. She did not gossip with them when she had nothing to do. Especially when the two of them were quarreling, she did not utter a word and only acted like a taciturn person. They continued to head east. It was almost the first lunar month now. The weather was still cold and the snow by the roadside was still thick. The surface of the river was also frozen. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the horse carriage and was resting with her eyes closed. Her body seemed to have become one with the horse carriage. Although the horse carriage was sometimes bumpy, her body moved up and down along with the horse carriage, appearing very harmonious. After traveling for half a day, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She opened her eyes and realized that this official road seemed familiar. She took a closer look. Wasn't this the same route that she took when she went south with O Yen and the rest a few years ago? It was just that the last time, she followed the stone cow from the ethereal mountain villas and took a detour to the official road. But this time, they took the main road from the east gate of Pingyang City. Could it be that Nie Qianyu's Rejuvenation Valley was the same place that O Yen was heading to? Just as this thought arose, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head in amusement. There was only one official road from Pingyang City to the south. As long as they went south, they would definitely take the same route as Oyen and the rest. This was not just a matter of coincidence, but a necessity. She might not be able to imagine too much. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask Nie Qianyu what kind of place Rejuvenation Valley was. He knew that as long as he asked, Nie Qianyu would definitely tell him in full detail. However, there was a faint feeling of rejection in his heart. Nie Qianyu only called him Big Brother Ren and did not ask about his background. Why should he pry into her privacy? There was only one official road, but this official road contained the memories of Zhang Xiaohua's journey to the south a few years ago. Now that they were walking the same road again, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but have a myriad of thoughts. Unconsciously, he thought of how well the people in the Huanxi mountain villas treated him. Therefore, he looked a little depressed for the entire day. The attentive Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had already noticed this situation. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not talk much on normal days, she always looked calm and carefree, just like her name. Today, she was obviously different. Something must be wrong. Unlike men, girls were more thoughtful and knew that it was best not to ask too many questions. Therefore, even the two girls hid in the carriage and did not talk. The sky gradually darkened. There were small villages and towns on the roadside, but Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to stop or ask Nie Qianyu about lodging. This made the two people in the carriage puzzled. This was not Zhang Xiaohua's style in the past. Nie Qianyu was about to ask what was going on when she heard Zhang Xiaohua whispering, "Why haven't we arrived yet? It's clearly just one road." Nie Qianyu was stunned. She poked her head out and asked, "Big Brother Ren, are you looking for somewhere?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua could not help but answer, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed, "Big Brother Ren, you are obsessed. I have never seen you have something on your mind before. Today, you have not spoken much to us. Of course, we know you have something on your mind. Moreover, the sky is so dark. If it was before we reached Pingyang City, you would have found a place to spend the night. Today, you did not stop. You must know that there is a place to stay in front. You will not miss it. Most importantly, you asked why haven't we arrived yet, just now. Didn't you say that you were looking for a place?" "Did I say that?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. However, she immediately looked happy and said, "You are right. It should be not far ahead." After saying that, she slapped the black horse's butt. The horse neighed and its four legs quickened. However, Zhang Xiaohua said that the black horse had been traveling for a long time. This made Nie Qianyu and Little Orange puzzled. However, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had been to this place before, it was normal that she could roughly estimate the time. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a poor sense of direction, the inn she stayed in last time was on the road to the town. Therefore, she could find it as soon as she drove the horse carriage into the town. This time, Zhang Xiaohua stayed in a small courtyard as usual. The shopkeeper was still the fat shopkeeper from a few years ago. He looked amiable and ran around to take care of things. However, no matter how good the shopkeeper's memory was, he could not remember this small manservant from back then. Zhang Xiaohua drove the horse carriage to the courtyard. After giving some instructions to the shopkeeper and Nie Qianyu, she was about to leave. Nie Qianyu asked carefully, "Big Brother Ren, are you looking for someone or something? Why don't you ask the shopkeeper of the inn first?" The shopkeeper was also unusually enthusiastic. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young master, what are you looking for? Just ask. I have lived in this town for decades. There is nothing that I don't know. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the shopkeeper for a moment and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want to walk around. You don't have to ask." Then, Big Brother Ren, go early and come back early. Do you need me to leave some food for you? Nie Qianyu asked with concern. No, I will just eat some snacks outside. Go to bed early. We have a long journey tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and walked out. He knew that he did not know the way, so when he walked out of the inn, he released his divine sense and looked carefully. He wanted to find the weapon shop where he got the small sword that day. Unfortunately, there was no weapon shop in the place that he remembered. Did I remember the wrong place? However, when he looked in other places, there was nothing. That's strange. After walking a few streets, Zhang Xiaohua saw a dim light in a butcher shop. He walked up and saw a white and fat middle-aged man with an unshaven beard. He was cutting pork with a white and fat young man who was also white and fat. Seeing someone come in, the middle-aged man hurriedly greeted, "Sir, are you here to sell meat?" "The meat in this shop is the one and only meat in this town." "One and only?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, "Is it so good?" "Of course. If it is not good, how can this small shop develop from a small meat stall to such a big shop?" "Ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Congratulations on your success. However, I am not here to buy meat." When he heard that she was not here to buy meat, the man's face turned cold. He said, "Then what can I do for you?" Chapter 4:16. Zhang Xiaohua saw the shop owner's indifference and did not take it to heart. She asked, "I remember that there was a weapon shop here 5 years ago that sold swords. How come I can't find it now?" The fat shop owner was surprised and said, "There was a weapon shop here 5 years ago. Have you been here before? Why are you looking for the blacksmith?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed and said, "May I ask, where is the blacksmith now?" The fat shop owner sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, my shop used to be a weapon shop. Unfortunately, in this day and age, the skills are not as good as those of us who butcher pigs and sell vegetables. Although the blacksmith's skills are good, no one knows about it. The business of this weapon shop has always been bleak. 3 years ago, he really couldn't do it anymore. He didn't want to make any farm tools, so he had to sell the shop to me. And then?" Zhang Xiaohua was only concerned about the blacksmith's whereabouts. "And then?" The fat shop owner was a little sad and said, "The blacksmith was a talent that was not recognized. Forging all day long exhausted his body. When he wanted to go to a foreign land to make a living, he didn't have any extra energy. He could only stay here and struggle at death's door. Alas, he sold the shop for some money and drank all of it. Last year, he got drunk and slept outside. A heavy snow froze him to death." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Last year, wasn't it a month ago?" "Yes, why?" The shop owner asked, "You're looking for him now. Could it be that you're his relative?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "This guy's imagination is really rich." She said, "No, I just want to ask him something." "What is it?" "You're looking for him now to ask about something that happened 5 years ago." In an instant, the fat shop owner's gossipy heart was raised high. He said, "Young man, what is it?" "Blacksmith and I have been friends for more than 10 years. I know a lot of things about him. It's just that he and widow Jinshi." At this point, he seemed to realize that he had spilled the beans. He hurriedly looked around and said, "I know many things about him, especially his private matters. If you are his son, I can testify for you. He has an empty plot of land outside the town. I can help you with that." "Wow, who are these people?" Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, shopkeeper. I don't know this blacksmith. I just want to ask him some technical questions. If he's not here, then forget it." "Don't." The shop owner reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua. "Young man, there's nothing to be shy about. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to talk about technical issues? Why don't you tell me where you found it?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to tell the shop owner about the small sword. But seeing that the shop owner was overly enthusiastic, if she didn't explain the matter clearly, she might be labeled as something. So, as she helplessly took out the small sword from her arms and said, "It's nothing. 5 years ago, I came to this town with my martial uncle and bought a long sword from his weapon shop." Before she could finish, the shop owner hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's been 5 years. I won't return the things that blacksmith sold. Besides, I don't know where he put those old swords. You should give up." However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. He couldn't help but call out, "Eh." He stretched out his hand and said, "Can I see it?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua handed the small sword over. The shopkeeper looked left and right, then laughed and said, "Young man, you're not young anymore, yet you're still lying. Don't lie to me, I recognize your sword. I was the one who sent it to his shop to consign it for sale. The blacksmith told me that he was giving it away for free. He didn't charge any money at all. If you want to return it now and exchange it for a long sword, there's no way." The shop owner said righteously, as if he caught Zhang Xiaohua's tail. He was very proud. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was truly overjoyed. He quickly took the sword and said with a smile, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I haven't finished speaking yet. How am I returning it? I was young back then and used this sword as a toy. After playing with it for a few years, I've grown very fond of it. However, I have a younger cousin who has just grown up and actually likes this sword as well. He really wants it, but I don't want to part with it. That's why when I was in town today, I thought of looking for one at the weapons store. Since this small sword belongs to Uncle, then may I ask if there are any other similar things?" "This?" When the shop owner heard this, he was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly took out a few copper coins and put them on the counter. She smiled and said, "It's just a child's toy. If you have more, take it out. This time, I won't take it for free." When the shop owner saw the copper coins, he immediately smiled, but there was still a trace of reluctance. He said, "Sir, you'll be disappointed. This thing is not from home. It was picked up from outside." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pushed the copper coins over. She said, "It's okay. Just tell me about the small sword." The shop owner's white and fat hand deftly picked up the copper coins and shouted, "Xiao San, come here." The white and fat young man who was cleaning the pork in the distance answered and said, "What's the matter?" "Father." When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she quickly handed the small sword over. The shop owner took it and put it in front of Xiao San. He asked, "Look at this small sword. Did you pick it up when you went up the mountain to play 8 or 9 years ago?" The young man took it and looked at it carefully. He tried hard to recall and said, "Father, it's been so many years. Who can remember it clearly?" The shop owner's face was full of disappointment. He scolded, "How can you not remember? I clearly remember that you were the one who picked it up. I sent it to this blacksmith and let him sell it." The young man scratched his head and said, "Maybe. But father, I really can't remember." "You." Seeing his son return the small sword, the shop owner felt a little embarrassed. He returned the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Xiaohua asked first. Xiao San, I want to ask you. Where did you usually play when you were young? Xiao San scratched his head again and said, it's all fun places around the town. I've played almost all of them. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This rascal was really unusually mischievous. Why did he change so much now? He didn't have the cleverness that came from being mischievous at all. At this moment, Xiao San suddenly stopped scratching his head. He seemed to have thought of something and said, I think I remember. I found this small sword when I was digging for bird eggs when I was young. At that time, it even cut my hand and made me bleed a lot. The shop owner laughed and scolded, what do you mean when you were young? You were already 13 or 14 years old. You could jump up and down and climb trees. Zhang Xiaohua said nervously, then do you still remember where you dug for bird eggs? Of course I remember. It's on the bald mountain in the south of the town. There's a big locust tree on the western corner. Ever since I cut my hand, I didn't dare to climb that tree again. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought when she heard this. Seeing this, the shop owner quickly said, how about this, young man, where do you live? When the sun rises tomorrow, let Xiao San bring you over to take a look. Who knows, you might be able to find another one. Since the child has nothing to do, you can just give him some pocket money tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, there's no need, uncle. I'm just here to try my luck. If there isn't one, then forget it. At most, I'll go somewhere else to buy one for him. I really don't dare to trouble you. After saying that, she cupped her hands in thanks and left the shop. The small sword was an immortal weapon. There might be other immortal weapons beside it. How could Zhang Xiaohua let others search for it? After leaving the butcher's shop, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was still early. She used her qigong and headed towards the south. When she reached the south side of the town, Zhang Xiaohua still cautiously asked the locals about it. Only then did she set off again. As she rushed forward, she released her divine perception to look around. Not long after, her divine perception had already found the bald mountain that Xiao San had mentioned. Furthermore, that big locust tree was still alive. However, what disappointed Zhang Xiaohua was that in her divine perception, there was no movement of vital energy. To go or not to go, Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. But the feeling of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed made him a little unwilling. After thinking for a while, he still chose to go. This was a very ordinary bald mountain. There weren't many trees, only some snow. The big locust tree beside it was also covered in snow. Coming under the big locust tree, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. She released her divine perception completely and searched carefully in all directions. After about the time it took to eat a meal, she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly move. Using earth escape, she came to the bottom of the slope on the other side of the bald mountain. There was a small flowing river here, the river water gurgling. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua walked to an unusually dark place by the river. There were many dead branches and thorny bushes here. Zhang Xiaohua released his flying sword. Not long after, a large empty space was cleared out. He walked over and squatted down on one side of the river bank. Picking up the small sword, he started to dig randomly. Not long after, he dug out a pile of messy things from the soil. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind the dirt. She took out a handkerchief from her robes and wrapped up the things that she dug out. Carefully keeping it in her robes, she then stood up in satisfaction and used her qigong to rush towards the brightly lit town. When she returned to the inn, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had already gone to bed. Zhang Xiaohua went back to his room. Drawing water, she washed the things in the handkerchief one by one. Only then did she put it on the table to look at it carefully. There were a few pale white jade slips and a dark green jade bracelet. Except, other than one of them which was still emitting a weak vital energy movement, the others were no different from ordinary jade items. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the pale white jade slip with fluctuations and used his divine perception to penetrate it. When he saw the words inside, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 4:17. As it turns out, this jade slip actually recorded a method to refine one's divine sense, God's attraction. Divine sense was a special ability that only cultivators in the middle level of the qi refining stage could use. Basically, every cultivator would know how to use it. However, as a basic skill, it was similar to the acupuncture points of martial arts. Everyone had their own ways to use it. As the saying goes, cats have their own ways, mice have their own ways. Zhang Xiaohua's little sword was obtained from this place. It could be seen that this unknown cultivator from 10,000 years ago had a rather high requirement for divine sense to control objects. The cultivation of divine sense must also have its own unique points. Zhang Xiaohua obtained the jade slip from Jinren Fiery Dragon on the deserted island. That jade blood pill refining technique was an extreme way of cultivation. Although it could improve the quality of one's divine sense, it was still weaker than the systematic and comprehensive refinement of the God's attraction. Zhang Xiaohua's control over his divine sense was still very primitive. When his cultivation level increased, he would be able to control his divine sense to the smallest detail. He would realize that his divine sense would become stiff and sluggish. Luckily, the heavens had bestowed a great responsibility on Xiaohua. He would definitely have a fortuitous encounter. After obtaining this God's attraction, he would be able to refine his divine sense systematically and strengthen it. Secondly, he would be able to find the flaws in the jade blood pill refining technique and patch them up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and immersed his divine sense deeply into the jade slip to take a closer look. This God's attraction had a total of 9 levels. Every level had a specific cultivation chant. Zhang Xiaohua carefully memorized the first level. Not long after, he had memorized all 9 levels of the chant. Zhang Xiaohua's brows furrowed. There were quite a number of chants for the 9 levels and memorizing them was rather strenuous. However, this was nothing to Zhang Xiaohua. Jinren Fiery Dragon's formations and restrictions, as well as the talisman in his Ni-Wan Palace, were much more complicated than this. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed his brows. Out of the 9 levels of the technique, only the first 3 levels had some annotations. It seemed to be a record of cultivation experience. The last 6 levels had no words at all. Could it be that the owner of this jade slip was not the creator of this technique? And he had only reached the 3rd level. Did he not practice it or did he fail to master it? Also, how did this qi practitioner leave his handwriting on the jade scroll? The jade slips that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before were all completed cultivation methods without any annotations. This was the first time she had seen annotations written on cultivation methods. Of course, he ignored the fact that Venerable Fiery Dragon had written a jade letter. After all, he was a foundation establishment stage expert. With these doubts in mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked back again. This time, the more he looked, the more Zhang Xiaohua relaxed his brows. In the end, he was beaming with joy, as if he had found a treasure. Could it be that there was a more profound technique behind this jade scroll? Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense from the jade scroll. He felt like he was scratching his ears and cheeks. He was really too happy. He formed a spell and instantly escaped from the house. He came to the street outside the inn and looked around. He then floated up to the 3-story inn. It was already late and the inn had already closed for business. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof of the inn with tears streaming down his face. He looked up to the sky and shouted, Zhang, someone, will finally not get lost in the future. La. That sound of la was actually very long. It was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens, shaking the 4 seas. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was feeling emotional, he heard a crisp sound coming from the window of the inn. Someone shouted, "Who is it? Who is still howling so late at night? Don't let people sleep." Yes, who is so immoral and deliberately making trouble? Ah. Is Madman Zhang from the west of the town going crazy again? Oh, my husband, oh, my child's mother. There was a burst of noise and countless strange voices. In an instant, the entire town that was about to fall into darkness was lit up one by one. Men, women, old and young, who had already fallen asleep, all supported each other as they walked into the courtyard. They pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered. The whole town was lit up. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had no time to wipe his tears of emotion. He hurriedly jumped down from the inn and escaped into the house with the earth escape. As soon as he popped his head out of the house, he heard someone say, "Miss, what kind of town is this? It's already so late at night, but there is still someone shouting so loudly." Another voice responded, "Quickly go to sleep, little orange. We still have to hurry on with the journey tomorrow." Listen to that loud voice. It might be some martial arts expert. Yes, maybe he has gone mad. Why sleep? I don't know if young Master Ren has returned. I finally managed to close my eyes, but I was woken up by a lunatic. Forget it, miss, let's talk about young Master Ren again. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Oh no, I escaped into the wrong house. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly covered her eyes and ears and escaped to the side. When she popped her head out again, oh, fortunately, wasn't it her own empty house? Sigh, this feeling of being directionally challenged is really not good. I better hurry up and comprehend the divine ability in the jade slip and get rid of this hat. Why do you think Zhang Xiaohua is so happy? It turned out that what was recorded behind God's guide in the jade slip was just some common techniques used by divine sense. Compared to God's guide, it was just a minor Tao. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was something 100 times more important than God's guide. Yes, what was needed was the most important thing. Daily details were the way to go. The next day, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both had dark circles under their eyes. Only Zhang Xiaohua was full of energy. Sitting in the carriage, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange yawned continuously. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance and felt very strange. They asked, "Big Brother Ren, you seemed a little absent-minded yesterday. How did you become a completely different person after just one night?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Yes, I am a completely different person. Haven't you heard of the saying, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes? I just improved a little and I will be looked at with new eyes after just one night." Ha ha ha. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both covered their mouths and said in surprise, "Big Brother Ren, your laughter is so familiar. Last night, a lunatic surnamed Zhang laughed loudly outside. It seemed to be the same laughter." Ah. Zhang Xiaohua almost covered her mouth. She said awkwardly, "It can't be, why didn't I hear it? Maybe you heard my happy laughter every day and were infected. You feel that all the beautiful things in the world are related to my laughter." Bah, the two of them spat and laughed. Luckily, Big Brother Ren's surname is not Zhang. Otherwise, we would really think that you are the lunatic who laughed last night. Sigh, last night was a long night and we were not in the mood to sleep. When we finally closed our eyes, we were woken up by that fellow. In the end, we could not sleep anymore. What can we do? Hee, Big Brother Ren, didn't you notice when you woke up this morning? What did I notice? Does everyone in the town look sickly and have dark circles under their eyes? Oh, I saw it. What does this have to do with me? Do I need to know? Sigh, Big Brother Ren, you're also a young hero of this generation. Yesterday, that Zhang guy disturbed the townspeople and caused the townspeople to be unable to sleep. You should also enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, drag him out, and parade him through the streets. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, is it that serious? I can sleep well, okay. Lack of sleep is the biggest enemy of a girl's beauty. That Zhang fellow did not let us sleep well, so he is our biggest enemy. Big Brother Ren, you must help us. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Then, she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, then let's go back now. I will personally help you catch that fellow. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was serious, Little Orange quickly said, forget it, Big Brother Ren. A good girl does not fight with a man. Oh, Big Brother Ren, you don't count. I am not talking about you. Nie Qianyu also covered her mouth and said with a smile, you are our big hero. We can't beat you. Yes, we are in a hurry. Let's not bother with that Zhang fellow. If we have time, we will definitely teach him a lesson. Don't you think so, Big Brother Ren? Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of black lines, but she could only nod helplessly. Sigh, she almost burst into tears again. I was so happy last night that I forgot myself and shouted. Do you have to criticize me like this? After venting their dissatisfaction, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both yawned and went back to the back of the carriage to catch up on sleep. Only Zhang Xiaohua alone kicked the black horse's butt. The black horse was shocked. What's wrong with the coachman today? He seems to be angry. The black horse did not dare to neglect. Without waiting for the four odd beasts to urge it, it galloped along the pipeline. Zhang Xiaohua calmed himself down and sat cross-legged at the front of the carriage. He carefully practiced the divine sense technique that he had just learned yesterday. Besides spirit guidance, what was recorded in the jade slip was some commonly used methods of divine sense. For example, how to use divine sense to search, how to use divine sense to mark someone or something, how to use divine sense in the movement technique of the 5 elements, and so on and so forth. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua was so happy was that when he used the earth escape technique, he could mark a place in the range of his divine sense in advance. Then, when he used the earth escape technique, he could sense the mark and move forward. This way, he would not accidentally enter Nie Qianyu's room like last night. Moreover, now that he knew how to use divine sense to mark, he could mark Little Orange and Nie Qianyu. As long as they were within the range of his divine sense, no matter where they went, as long as his divine sense reached them, he would be able to see where they were and what they were doing instantly. Wasn't this something that he had always needed? If he had such skills in the past, why would he need to wait in Pingyang City? He had to admit that it was very difficult to be a self-taught genius. In his divine sense, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua sent a spell over and marked each of them with his divine sense. Good, he did not have to worry about losing them anymore. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage and followed the route in his memory. Today, he came to a junction that was not a fork in the road. This official road was heading east, and there was a small road heading south. It was the road that Ou Yan and the rest had taken that year. Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage and stood up. Chapter 418. Nie Qianyu looked around and said, Brother Ren, let's go along the main road. There's a big city called Fenglu City about 10 miles to the east. Although we're going east, we're not on the route from Tanha City to Macho City, so we don't have to worry about being chased. Although this path is straight to the south, it deviates from the official road and we don't know what's ahead. If there are dangerous mountains and rivers, we'll be in trouble." Then, he glanced at the silent Zhang Xiaohua and hurriedly said, "Of course, with Big Brother Ren around, you can go anywhere you want no matter how big the world is. However, Big Brother Ren, don't you have two burdens in this carriage? Why don't you suffer a little and take the official road with us?" Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on the path leading into the distance, he didn't hear Nie Qianyu's words at all. His majestic divine sense was fully unleashed in an attempt to explore the riverside where the attack took place on that rainy night. However, it was still far away and her divine sense couldn't reach it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking ahead and not saying anything, Nie Qianyu felt wronged. She pinched the corner of her clothes and didn't say anything. Little Orange was unhappy and was about to say something when Nie Qianyu tugged at his clothes. Little Orange snorted and didn't know what to say. Nie Qianyu looked for a long time and said timidly, "Brother Ren, if you insist on going south from the path, you have to be careful. Don't be left behind by the two of us." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something at this time, but also seemed to have forgotten something. She looked up to the sky and laughed. "There are many funny things in the world. Maybe it's boring to be concerned about it. Maybe it's supercilious or my heart is undisturbed. I only think about Ren Xiaoyao." After saying that, she didn't sit down. She just stretched out her leg and kicked the black horse. The black horse neighed in pain and pulled the carriage straight to the official road in the east. Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands behind her back. The biting cold winter wind blew, causing her clothes to flutter. She looked indescribably elegant and unrestrained. In just a moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have changed into a different person, giving people the feeling that she was about to fly. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, who were behind her, were stupefied and mumbled, "Big Brother Ren, this posture is so cool." Little Orange's eyes were also full of stars. He said, "It would be even better if he didn't kick that leg. Someone will sue Big Brother Ren for abusing livestock." Standing on the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua felt abnormally relaxed. It was as if the moment he turned the carriage around, he had thrown away all his previous worries, confusion, sorrow, joy, and so on. His heart was filled with great joy and relaxation. He didn't need to check his cultivation. His carefree heart sutra had advanced another level. The past was already behind him. What was in front of him now? However, even if it was full of thorns, how could Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? How could he take half a step back? After dozens of days in the south, it had been more than a month. Since Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were even less anxious. The three of them traveled in a carefree manner. Along the way, there was laughter and chatter. It was very pleasant. Nie Qianyu was right. This official road was much safer. Of course, even if it was safe, it was not smooth sailing. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not have many opportunities to fight, but his experience in Jianghu had increased by a lot. He also paid attention to some of the tricks used by the people in Jianghu. He only used ordinary methods to resolve them. Unless absolutely necessary, he basically did not use his sword. This was also a kind of training. After traveling south for more than a month, the weather had warmed up. It felt like the grass was growing and the birds were flying in the sky. The willow wind caressed their faces and it was actually very warm. Zhang Xiaohua had never been to the south before. Naturally, he was a little surprised. If he was in the north during this month, it would be a little cold. However, this was a different region, so the difference was still so great. During this journey, Zhang Xiaohua did not waste any time. Needless to say, he cultivated the Carefree Sutra at night. Even when he was driving the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua usually closed his eyes and meditated. He either cultivated the heavenly Tao, formations, talismans, or spirit guidance. His arrangements were very fulfilling. Of course, because of this, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were not very happy. When they were heading to Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate and ignored them. That was because they were not familiar with Zhang Xiaohua's character and conduct. There was always a slight gap between them. After arriving at Pingyang City, the three of them had been together for a few months and had gone through many hardships. They could be considered as friends in adversity. In their hearts, they had long regarded Zhang Xiaohua as a very close person. If he still treated him coldly at this time, it would be unbearable. Little Orange had long wanted to talk to Zhang Xiaohua. However, Nie Qianyu was attentive. She saw that Zhang Xiaohua was always meditating when they were on the road and talking non-stop when they were resting. She knew that he might be cultivating martial arts. Although she could not cultivate her inner strength, she still had some foundation. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so hardworking, she was naturally very happy. Therefore, she whispered to Little Orange. "What about Little Orange?" She was very puzzled. Others cultivated in seclusion in a quiet place for fear of going berserk. This Xiaoxia, on the other hand, was cultivating while driving the carriage. Was he using this as an excuse to escape? Therefore, as long as the carriage was on the road, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange would hide in the carriage and talk non-stop. They did not disturb Zhang Xiaohua. They only waited for the carriage to stop before chatting and laughing with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua secretly praised these two smart girls. When it came to cultivation, the understanding of the Way of Heaven and the Heart Sutra were all painstaking efforts. She could not see any improvement in a short period of time. However, she had made great progress in other areas. She had already begun to understand the incantation on the rabbit charm in her Naiwan palace and could gradually get the hang of it. The formation and restriction in Elder Hua's jade slip had also improved by leaps and bounds. Although it was still not enough to break all the restrictions in the jade slip, it seemed like it was not far away. What made Zhang Xiaohua the most excited was the God traction that she had just obtained. Divine sense was not like vital energy that could be refined in specific meridians. The incantation for God traction was very difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. Although there were detailed explanations, she did not have her master's instructions. At first, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head as she could not find the direction to break through. Coincidentally, one day when Zhang Xiaohua was meditating on the rabbit charm in his Naiwan palace, he accidentally saw the heart of elixir refined by jade blood. His heart lit up. This heart of elixir refined by pure qi was used to refine the divine sense. Why not combine the heart of elixir refined by jade blood with God's guidance? Using God traction to refine the heart of herbalism. As long as the heart of herbalism was refined, wouldn't the divine sense naturally become stronger? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to use the incantation to refine the heart of herbalism. By chance, she managed to cultivate the first layer of God traction very easily. Many of the explanations on the jade slip were not used. Only a little bit of the incantation could be used as a reference. Because it was so easy, Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. The incantation on the jade slip clearly stated that although the incantation was simple, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was not something that could be easily learned. She had only put in a little bit of effort and was actually able to cultivate it. She did not know if it was correct. However, after carefully reading the incantation on the jade slip, she found that it was no different from what she had obtained. Could it be that she was the legendary genius? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but pinch her chin. Zhang Xiaohua, who was deep in thought, did not know that the heart of herbalism by blood and God traction were both methods to refine the divine sense. However, the paths taken were different. The heart of herbalism by blood was the path from the inside to the outside. First, one would cultivate the heart of herbalism, then strengthen the divine sense. With the heart of herbalism as the core, one would control the divine sense. This method was the most dangerous and also abnormally tyrannical. It was quite similar to the samadhi of the devil path. Zhang Xiaohua had a splitting headache when she tried to cultivate the heart of herbalism. In the end, she was extremely lucky and succeeded. The success rate of this method was 1 in a million. It could even be said that it was the failed work of Venerable Fire Dragon. On the other hand, God traction was the path from the outside to the inside. First, one would strengthen the divine sense. When the divine sense was cultivated to a certain level, one would then plant a seed in the Naiwan Palace. Next, one would use one's divine sense to irrigate the seed. Finally, one would form the heart of herbalism. This method was the most stable and safe. However, the progress was slow. Even if one cultivated for a long time, there might not be any results. However, when the heart of herbalism by blood met God traction, it created a legend in the cultivation of the immortal path. The heart of herbalism by blood was similar to a cultivation method of the devil path. Therefore, it was extremely effective in the early stages of cultivation. However, once it was successfully cultivated, the drawbacks of the previous rash advancement would be revealed. Currently, even if Zhang Xiaohua could use the heart of herbalism to control the divine sense and continue to convert the vital qi in her body into heart fire to temper the heart of herbalism and strengthen the divine sense, this kind of enhancement was almost negligible. Zhang Xiaohua's vital qi was all obtained from absorbing primeval stones. Therefore, every bit used was a bit less. Calculating it, it was extremely not worth it. Therefore, recently, Zhang Xiaohua had rarely cultivated the heart of herbalism. On the other hand, God's guide was purely a bare-handed method. It could be cultivated using only the chants and didn't require any primal stones. From a cost perspective, it was very cost-effective. Moreover, there was a fundamental difference between cultivating God's guide with and without God's guide. One was to refine the branches and leaves while the other was to refine the roots. The difference was self-evident. Without the heart of herbalism, 10% of the divine sense would strengthen the heart of herbalism. However, with the heart of herbalism, one only needed to cultivate 1% of the heart of herbalism to strengthen the divine sense by 10%. This reversal of the order of cultivation had directly led to the birth of a legend. Even the creator of God traction would not have expected such a situation. Someone actually used the incantation to temper the heart of herbalism instead of tempering the divine sense to produce the heart of herbalism. As for Zhenren Huolong, needless to say, the heart of herbalism by Zhenren Huolong was created by him when he was bored. Even he himself had not succeeded in cultivating the heart of herbalism. How could he have thought of such a strange situation? Chapter 419. Although Zhang Xiaohua was very envious of his own aptitude, he was also very careful of his own little life. After learning the first level of God traction, he was not in a hurry to cultivate the second level. Instead, he patiently recited the first level's incantation and continued to use the first level's incantation to refine his Dan core. The Dan core in his Naiwan Palace was already constantly rotating, constantly vibrating, and emitting mysterious fluctuations. As a result, it became even more stable, and the invisible core inside became even more solid. Needless to say, many of the hidden dangers of God traction pill heart were slowly being mended. When spring arrived in February, Zhang Xiaohua had already begun to cultivate the second level's incantation of God traction. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had also obtained a dark green jade slip from the Misty Mountain Villa's library. In his free time, he had taken it out and carefully examined it. The restriction on it was very difficult to break, and Zhang Xiaohua had used many methods to successfully break it. Therefore, he could only temporarily put it back into his money pouch. In any case, he already had God traction to cultivate. If he had another cultivation method, he would not be biting off more than he could chew. It was better to first pick one and concentrate on cultivating. Moreover, he usually paid more attention to talismans and formations. Wasn't this the same as looking for the jade slip to solve the problem? He only needed to wait for the opportunity to mature, and naturally, he would be able to solve it. On this afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua's group of 3, as well as the 4 odd beasts Huanhuan, came to the side of a peach forest. The forest was full of pink peach blossoms in full bloom. At a glance, it was filled with rosy clouds. It was very beautiful. Although Zhang Xiaohua had closed his eyes to comprehend the formation, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had already pulled open the carriage's curtains. They could see it from afar and shouted for Zhang Xiaohua to stop the carriage in the middle of the peach forest, saying that they wanted to drink and admire the flowers. Zhang Xiaohua heard them and smiled. After all, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were boy-girls in their teens. It would be strange if they were not tempted by such a beautiful scenery. Moreover, she did not know whether Nie Qianyu's wrist fracture was not serious or whether the medicine she used was very effective, but she had removed the splint a few days ago. Now, her wrist could move flexibly and there was nothing wrong with it. After removing the splint, Nie Qianyu regained the liveliness of a young girl. When they passed by a town earlier, she added a wine cabinet and a table to the carriage. She was in a good mood and drank a few cups of osmanthus wine with Little Orange. Now that she saw the red peach blossoms, she must be in a good mood. Zhang Xiaohua did not like to drink, but she did not stop them. After all, osmanthus wine was good for beautifying and nourishing the body. Therefore, the carriage stopped at the side of the peach forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Beauties, the saying, peach blossoms on human faces reflect red, is true. Enjoy the flowers for the time being. I will accompany you." Nie Qianyu rebuked, "Brother Ren is boring. Enjoying the beautiful scenery is more interesting." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I only know that this peach blossom wine is the most nourishing. I don't know anything else." Nie Qianyu laughed out loud and said, "This peach blossom wine is almost as good as waste and cook crane. Brother Ren is awesome." Her small and white thumb gave a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail also stood up. Nie Qianyu walked slowly beside Zhang Xiaohua. Standing on the carriage, she looked around and said, "Brother Ren, is there a path in front that leads to the peach forest? Looking at it from the outside, I feel that it is not as immersive as looking at it from the inside." Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Yes, there is a small path 50 to 60 steps ahead that leads to the inside." Nie Qianyu stood on her tiptoes and raised her neck. It seemed that there really was a path that led to the inside. "Then, let's enter from that path and enjoy the flowers in the peach forest. What do you think?" "I don't mind. I just don't know if the owner is willing." Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "The peach forest is vast. If we enter, we will be like a drop in the ocean. Who can see us? Besides, the owner of this gorgeous peach forest must be an extremely refined and elegant person. If we go in to visit, he will definitely welcome us. Why would he chase us away?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and did not say anything. Nie Qianyu's reason was reasonable, but in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, it was the first one that was more practical. Sure enough, there was a small path not far ahead. It was wide enough for a carriage to pass through. Once they entered the peach forest, they would be drowned by the endless sea of flowers. No one would be able to find the carriage or the person. The carriage moved slowly in the peach forest. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange opened the curtains and sat in front of a small table. They held a small cup of light yellow osmanthus wine in their hands. They took small sips and whispered to each other. It was really enjoyable. Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged in front of the carriage. Her hands were constantly changing the incantation. It was one of the 365 incantations on the rabbit talisman. The carriage moved further and further away. It actually went deep into the peach forest. Faced with such beautiful scenery and nostalgia, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange actually felt a little tipsy. At this moment, the crisp sound of weapons clashing suddenly came from not far ahead. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately released her divine sense. However, she immediately withdrew it and acted as if nothing had happened. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were very unhappy. They frowned and said, "Brother Ren, why is there the sound of weapons clashing here? Could it be that we have encountered some vendetta in the Jianghu? If such a scene is not what a gentleman would do." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Jianghu may not be a bloody vendetta. It may be a martial arts competition. Moreover, it is also fate to be buried in this gorgeous peach forest. Isn't there a saying, even if you die under a peach tree, you will still be a romantic ghost?" Ba, Nie Qianyu spat and said, "Brother Ren is the most abominable. He always changes the classics. It is clearly even if you die under a peach tree, you will still be a romantic ghost." Her little face was bright red. It was not clear whether it was because of the alcohol or because she was shy. The sound of weapons clashing was getting closer. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Two beauties, do you want to go somewhere else to enjoy or change your taste?" Nie Qianyu pursed her lips and smiled. When she was about to speak, she heard a surprised voice in the distance. "Oh, what a coincidence. Zhou Tai, there is a carriage passing by. You can be our witness. What do you think?" Another shrill voice also shouted, "That's good. I will make you accept your loss wholeheartedly. Otherwise, you will not admit it after today." Zhang Xiaohua did not change her expression. Nie Qianyu stuck out her tongue and said, "If we leave now, it will be over. Brother Ren, it seems that you have to be the embodiment of justice for once." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said seriously, "You are ridiculously wrong about that." Nie Qianyu asked curiously, "Are you not going to do anything?" Zhang Xiaohua said deeply, "Not the embodiment of justice, but the embodiment of fairness. Alas, am I not tired enough? I have to come here to be their witness." Nie Qianyu whispered, "This Zhou Tai, his name sounds familiar. He seems to be the young master of the Flying Fish Gang. His reputation is neither good nor bad. He has always lived in the rivers. Why did he come ashore? Let's go and have a look." Little Orange was a little drunk at this time. He looked at the two with a tilted head and did not speak. Naturally, he could not express any opinion. Since they saw Zhang Xiaohua's carriage, the sound of weapons stopped. Just as Zhang Xiaohua said, the two of them were practicing martial arts. However, when the carriage came closer, Nie Qianyu saw clearly that there were two groups of people standing in a spacious open space in the peach forest. Each of them was wearing bright armor and had shiny weapons. If it were not for the fact that only the two young men at the front were holding weapons, Nie Qianyu would have thought that it was a group fight in Jianghu. Seeing a carriage slowly approaching, with a young man sitting in it and a girl of about 10 years old standing next to him, the two groups of people were somewhat surprised. The young man holding a long sword, wearing a purple gown, was tall and thin. He was about 17 or 18 years old. He frowned and said to the young man in front of him, "Yuan Guohou, the people in the carriage do not seem to know martial arts. How can they be fair for us?" The young man opposite him was also 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in white. He was honest and had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, you think too much. It is these people who do not know martial arts that can be fair." Zhou Tai did not understand and asked sharply, "What kind of fallacy is this? Please enlighten me, Brother Yuan." Yuan Guizhen laughed and said, "It's because they don't know martial arts that they won't be biased because of their own vision. It's also because they don't know martial arts that they don't know how to determine who wins or loses. Only when both sides have confirmed who wins or loses can they know who loses and who loses." Zhou Tai clapped his hands and said, "It is said that Jingbo Guohou is wise and resourceful. Today I see that the rumors are true. If we only talk about scheming, I will admit defeat. However, today is a martial arts competition. Moreover, this is a matter of great importance. Please enlighten me, Brother Yuan." Yuan Guohou was also full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, "Same to you. I have heard of Brother Zhou's name like thunder. I have always wanted to learn from Brother Zhou's 72 styles of flying fish. Today is a good opportunity for us to learn from each other. I also admire Brother Yuan's 53 styles of stormy waves. It is a good opportunity for me to learn from you." Seeing the two people being arrogant, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave. However, Nye Qianyu whispered, that one called Yuan Guohou is the second son of Jingbo Lake's old master Yuan. He is a good swordsman and is quite famous in the southern Wulin. However, he also makes a living on the water. Have we all come ashore today? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and secretly said, "I have just heard of these two people's names. How would I know much?" At this time, the carriage had already reached the side of the two groups. Yuan Guohou and Zhou Tai walked over. Yuan Guohou cupped his hands and said, "I am Yuan Guohou of Jingbo Lake. This is Zhou Tai of Flying Fish Gang. May I know your name?" Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the horse and also cupped her hands in return. He said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. I am just a scholar. I am traveling around with my sister. Just now, I heard that brother wanted this one to be a witness. However, I do not understand. Please enlighten this one." The way he shook his head was just short of a folding fan. On the carriage, Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and tried to hold back her smile. She secretly made up her mind that when they arrived at the next town, the first thing she would do was to buy Ren Xiaoyao a gilded folding fan. If she did not have a folding fan, she would not be able to face this guy's sour face. Chapter 420. However, Zhou Tai's eyes were sharp. He had already noticed the sword on the odd beast beside the black horse. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Ren is clearly a role model for our generation. Not only are you extremely knowledgeable, but you are also an expert in the way of the sword." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly replied politely, "The 6 arts are a must for a gentleman. I dare not fall behind others and only dabble in them." However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look humble at all. Even if he was immensely proud of himself, it wouldn't be anything more than that. Zhou Tai and Yuan Guohou looked at each other and almost laughed out loud. No matter how good the scholar's sword skills were, they might not necessarily take him seriously. Seeing the scholar's behavior, they were even more certain of his identity. Yuan Guohou couldn't help but ask, "However, Brother Ren's sword seems to only be a sword embryo. When you have time, you can come to my Jingbo Lake. I'll find a famous swordsmith in my gang to sharpen your sword. How about that?" When Zhou Tai heard this, he cursed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Brother Ren, Jingbo Lake is far away. Why don't you come to our flying fish gang when you have time? Our gang has a drunken Sakura island with the most beautiful scenery. It's even more gorgeous than this peach forest. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the two of them had started to bribe him before he even started to testify, he found it amusing. He frowned slightly and said, "Sword embryo, the two of you are mistaken. That's only a walking stick that I used to climb the mountain. My sword is still hanging in the carriage." Cough, cough. The two of them coughed and blushed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled again and said, "I just happened to pass by this place. I still have to continue my journey in a while. I wonder if the two of you have something urgent that requires my help. If it's too difficult, I have no choice but to decline." When Yuan Guohou heard this, he hurriedly said, "Brother Ren, don't be anxious. It's just a moment. We won't take up your time." Zhou Tai added, "That's right, Brother Ren. The two of us have met here today, and we wish to compete in swordsmanship. However, everyone around us is our family, so it might not be fair. Therefore, we wish for Brother Ren to be our witness." How could Zhang Xiaohua believe him? She frowned and said, "Friendship comes first, competition comes second. You two can spar as you wish and stop when the time is right. You will definitely be able to determine the winner easily. Why do you need others to interfere?" "Xiong Tai is indeed a genius," Yuan Guiyin said. "You immediately saw the clue. To tell you the truth, the two of us do indeed have an important matter to bet on. However, this bet is not suitable for Brother Ren to say. As long as Brother Ren stands by the side and watches carefully, we only need Brother Ren to be our witness when the victor is decided. After that, the two of us will definitely reward you handsomely." This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant and said, "This matter is not important. No one will go back on their words and find an opportunity to," Zhang Xiaohua stammered. The two of them also changed their expressions. Zhang Xiaohua's words were unpleasant to hear, but what she said was indeed the truth. He was only a scholar and not a person of the Jianghu. It was easy for him to be the witness, but if someone went back on their words, the first one to be silenced would naturally be him. Yuan Guohou also did not think so much. He only saw someone coming and on a whim, he pulled the other party to be the witness. The other party had voiced out his doubts, but the two of them were a little embarrassed. If he did not let Zhang Xiaohua be the witness, it meant that this matter was important. He was worried that the other party would go back on their words and silence Zhang Xiaohua. However, if he let Zhang Xiaohua be the witness, if the other party really had the intention to silence him, wouldn't he be dragging a stranger into danger? Yuan Guohou looked at Zhou Tai and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Zhou, it seems that I was a little reckless. What do you think?" Zhou Tai said in a shrill voice, "Brother Yuan, this little brother swears here that the result of this competition will still be witnessed by this Brother Ren. If this little brother implicates Brother Ren because of the result of this competition, may the heavens strike me down and I will not have a good death." When Yuan Guohou heard this, he also smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Brother Ren, please rest assured. This competition is just a small matter between the younger generation. There is absolutely no danger to your life. I also swear that if I implicate Brother Ren because of this, may I be struck by lightning and die." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she beamed with joy and said, "The two of you are too serious. I was just speaking casually. I wonder what the two of you will be thanking me for." "Oh, I was just asking casually. I was a little curious." Yuan Guohou said, "I didn't expect Brother Ren to have a pure heart and straightforward words. I admire you. Seeing Brother Ren's courage, I feel much more at ease. Come, give Brother Ren a thank you gift of 10 taels of gold. Send it to Brother Ren's carriage." When Zhou Tai heard this, he also gave the same order. Immediately, people from the two groups of people sent 20 taels of gold to Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This brother Ren was really so lacking the awareness of a Jianghu hero. Zhang Xiaohua smiled even more brilliantly. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank the two of you. All right, I will do my best to be your witness." "What should I do?" Yuan Guohou smiled. "Brother Ren doesn't need to do anything. You just need to stand here and watch. When the competition is over, you just need to announce the winner." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "Well, no problem. When I was in the academy, I often judged for my senior and junior brothers." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, the two were amused. However, they didn't point it out. The two walked to the side and drew their long swords. Zhou Tai said, "Brother Yuan, since Brother Ren is going to be our witness, we have to repeat what we said just now to make it official. What do you think?" Yuan Guohou nodded and said, "That's how it should be." Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, please listen carefully. The two of us are going to Macho City for an important matter. However, we can't tell Brother Ren about it. You just need to know about it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Zhou Tai continued, "This matter is very important to me and Brother Yuan. It's just that both of us don't have any confidence. Moreover, both of us are opponents with similar martial arts skills. Therefore, when both of us met here, we had an idea." Yuan Guohou continued, "The two of us discussed and decided to have a duel here first. If the winner, we will continue to Macho City. If the loser, we will return and not make a fool of ourselves." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Is this the wager?" "Oh, right. The two of us are bringing along a cart of valuables. These valuables are also the wager. If we lose, the valuables will be handed over to the winner." Yuan Guohou explained. Zhang Xiaohua turned to Zhou Tai and asked, "Is that so?" Zhou Tai nodded and said yes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. If it's just a duel of swords, why would I be the witness?" However, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "A cart of valuables. I took 20 taels of gold. Isn't that too little? Why don't I talk to the two of them and take a percentage?" These words were not heard by the two who were preparing for the duel. If they had heard it, they would have put the duel on hold and dealt with this insatiable scholar first. After the two of them finished discussing the wager, they drew out their swords and stared at each other with rapt attention. After a while, Yuan Guohou let out a clear whistle. The sword in his hand trembled and a sword flower appeared. It was actually aimed at Zhou Tai's shoulder. Seeing Yuan Guohou's sword coming at him, Zhou Tai didn't panic. He tilted his sword and met the attack with a move. Therefore, the two of them fought with each other. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the side and watched with a smile. She had already released her divine sense and carefully observed the duel. After watching more than 10 moves, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in her heart. The two of them had good martial arts. Their sword moves were exquisite and their internal energy was deep. Their moves were combined with the real and the fake. At first glance, she could tell that they were experienced people. However, whether it was the stormy wave sword technique or the flying fish sword technique, they were full of flaws in her divine sense. As soon as the two of them moved their arms, Zhang Xiaohua already knew the direction of the sword technique and the general idea of the next move. If it was really Zhang Xiaohua, she would be able to kill the two of them with one move. "Why do you have to do this?" "I only need to slash down with my sword. No matter how they respond, they won't be able to take it." Zhang Xiaohua thought proudly. However, even so, as the two of them said, their martial arts were on par. Their moves were on par, their internal energy was on par, and their qinggong was also on par. Even when Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe, she couldn't tell who had better martial arts in a short period of time. After exchanging dozens of blows, Zhang Xiaohua gradually grew impatient. If he had been just a little bit slower, or if the tip of his sword had been just a little bit lower, he would have been able to kill his opponent in one move. However, he just couldn't see anything. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be impatient? If it weren't for the two's courteous invitation and the 20 taels of gold as thanks, Zhang Xiaohua would have already left with a flick of her sleeves. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua became impatient, she saw Yuan Guohou take a deep breath. His face flushed red, and then his sword moves suddenly changed. From being as light as water splashing, his sword moves became as heavy as if there was a heavy object at the tip of his sword. However, once the speed decreased, the situation immediately changed. Like raging waves crashing against the shore, his sword moves attacked Zhou Tai one after another. In front of this sword move, Zhou Tai actually didn't have the power to fight back. He was forced to retreat a few steps by Yuan Guohou. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also lit up. Although this sword move was slow, it was very skillful. There were no flaws in between the moves. If Zhou Tai didn't have a backup plan, he would definitely be defeated in a few moves. Sure enough, after Zhou Tai retreated a few steps, his expression also became serious. A green color flashed across his face, and his sword moves also changed. Shwa shwa shwa, he waved his long sword. Each move was faster than the previous one. It was a move that was fast against slow. He hoped to use speed to recover from the previous disadvantage. Unfortunately, this wind-like attack only gave Yuan Guohou a momentary upper hand when it was first used. It forced Yuan Guohou to be a little sloppy in his moves. However, once he calmed down and dealt with it calmly, the two of them gradually drew closer to each other in less than 10 moves. It was a tie again. Moreover, Yuan Guohou seemed to be slowly gaining the upper hand again. Chapter 421. When one cultivates the stormy wave sword technique to a high level, one's sword moves will have the power of stormy waves crashing onto the shore. When one cultivates the flying fish sword technique to a high level, one will have the lightness and agility of a flying fish. These two sword moves are the embodiment of gravity and lightness. However, both of their cultivations were still shallow, and their inner energy was not dense. After exchanging more than 10 moves, their sword moves were a little messy, and they did not have the same charm as before. At this moment, Zhou Tai's footsteps clattered. It seemed that his inner energy was insufficient, and his sword moves were also slowing down. When Yuan Guohou saw this, he took the opportunity to extend his sword and thrust it diagonally. With a piercing sound, Zhou Tai's left arm was pierced. Blood flowed out, and it immediately dyed his purple sleeve. His family members, who were watching from behind, shouted, "Young master, be careful." Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and retreated. He put away his sword and pressed his acupoints to stop the blood. When Yuan Guohou saw Zhou Tai retreating, he did not chase after him. He panted and said, "Brother Zhou, since you're already injured, why don't you stop now?" Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and said, "We've only just warmed up. We don't know who will win yet." After saying that, he raised his sword and attacked again. Yuan Guohou chuckled, and the two of them started fighting again. However, Zhou Tai was injured at this moment. His qi and blood were damaged, and he did not have enough strength. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. When Yuan Guohou saw this, he did not press him. He only guarded his position and dealt with him carefully. Zhang Xiaohua saw everything clearly from the side. If nothing unexpected happened, then Zhou Tai would undoubtedly lose today. Even Yuan Guoho's family members looked relaxed and began to whisper among themselves. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome was about to be decided, there was a change in the arena. Zhou Tai took a deep breath and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Yuan Guiqi was shocked when he saw this. He said, "Brother Zhou, you don't have to do this. Even if you win, you won't be able to use your inner force for a few months. What's the use of you going to Vow City?" Zhou Tai's eyes seemed to have turned a little red, and he sneered, "However, if I don't use the reverse blood essence devouring technique to increase my internal energy, I won't even be able to pass your trial. How can I even talk about going to Vow City? If you know that you can't win, you can admit defeat, or you can do the same." This. Yuan Gui was also at a loss for words. It would be impossible for them to get to know each other in such a favorable situation. However, it was also impossible for him to use the reverse blood essence corroding technique to increase his inner strength. Therefore, Yuan Guoho also gritted his teeth and said, "Then bring it on. This young master wants to experience it." At this time, Zhou Tai's eyes were already red, and his face was actually a little ferocious. He exerted strength in his legs, and his sword was as fast as the wind, fully displaying the essence of the flying fish. The family members behind the two did not expect this to happen. They all drew their weapons, and their faces were full of concern. They covered their bodies and stepped forward. Yuan Guiqi originally wanted to use his cultivation to resist Zhou Tai's reverse blood essence corroding technique. However, this technique that used blood essence to temporarily increase one's internal energy was far beyond his imagination. In just a few moves, Yuan Guiqi was forced into a dead end. Looking at Zhou Tai's crazy appearance, Yuan Guiqi knew that even if he admitted defeat now, this person might not be able to hear him. As a scholar of the adjudication court, even if he heard him admit defeat, what ability did he have to protect him? Seeing Zhou Tai's sword like a rainbow, directly stabbing towards his chest where he could not dodge, Yuan Guiqi also gritted his teeth. He no longer dodged, and his long sword was also thrust towards Zhou Tai's chest. It was actually a move to perish together. Seeing such a scene of mutual destruction, not only were the family members behind the two people shocked, several guards with high martial arts were about to rush forward, but how could they make it in time? Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, who were in the carriage, also turned pale with fright and covered their mouths in fear. Just as Zhou Tai's long sword was about to pierce into Yuan Guiqi's chest, his eyes regained clarity. Seeing that Yuan Guiqi's long sword was also about to pierce his chest, his eyes were full of shock. However, at this time, he only had a little internal energy left, and his limbs were sore. He could not withdraw his sword even if he wanted to. The long sword in his hand followed the momentum, and involuntarily stabbed towards Yuan Guiqi's chest. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, everyone heard a soft sigh. Why do you have to do this? Everyone's vision blurred, and they only saw a thin figure flash past. The weak and scholarly adjudication court, who had long been forgotten in everyone's eyes, appeared in front of the two people. They saw his two hands, as fast as lightning, reach between the two people, and use only his index and middle fingers to pinch the tip of the sword that was about to pierce their hearts. Immediately, the whole world came to a standstill. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fingers that were pinching the two long swords. Before the crowd could recover from their shock and exclaim, a plop sound was heard. Zhou Tai dropped the long sword in his hand and collapsed on the ground. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's cheers were heard, "Brother Ren, long live." At this time, the experts from the sect who had rescued the two people rushed over. A few of them exclaimed, "Young master." They rushed forward and carried Zhou Tai. Immediately, a person beside them shouted, "Young master's injuries are unknown." Brothers, let's take care of the weapons. Hearing this, Yuan Guiqi did not have time to thank Zhang Xiaohua. He quickly pulled out his long sword and prepared to fight. However, no matter how much strength he used, or how much energy he channeled to grab the sword, the long sword was clamped in the scholar's hand and did not move at all. If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua had approached him like a ghost and pinched the tip of the two long swords, Yuan Guiqi was only astonished. He did not expect that he had made a mistake and treated a martial arts expert as a scholar. But now, he was extremely shocked. How much strength did these two fingers have? How high was this scholar's martial arts? In that instant, he had no idea in his heart. He deeply knew that when he saw that Zhou Tai was awake, he had already restrained some of his strength. It was just that he did not withdraw it in time. Although he could have killed Zhou Tai, the strength in the sword had already been exhausted. Presumably, Zhou Tai was in the same situation when he was awake. Therefore, at that time, as long as it was a person who had successfully cultivated internal energy, they would be able to easily pinch the long sword like Zhang Xiaohua. But now, he had used all of his strength and channeled all of his internal energy to pull out the sword. The situation was completely different from before, but the result was the same. The long sword did not move at all. At this moment, Yuan Guiqi truly realized that the scholar in front of him who looked gentle and refined was definitely a rare expert in the martial arts world. Therefore, Yuan Guiqi quickly let go of the sword and was about to speak. Zhou Tai, who was being helped up by his subordinates, beat him to it and said, "Wait. Everyone stand still and don't move." When the people of the Flying Fish sect heard this, they knew that their young master was fine. Their expressions relaxed and they stood still. But their hands were still holding on to their weapons and did not relax. With the help of his subordinates, Zhou Tai took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He crushed the mouth of the bottle and poured out a brown pill. He swallowed it in one gulp. After a while, his face flushed red. He then said in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, put down your weapons. I'm fine." When the people of the Flying Fish sect heard this, they put away their weapons. The people of the Raging Waves sect also put away their weapons under Yuan Guiqi's signal. Zhou Tai shook off his subordinate support and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He bowed deeply and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Ren, thank you for saving my life. Just now, I really made a mistake. I hope Brother Ren won't blame me." Yuan Guiqi also bowed and said, "This little brother also did the same. Thank you Brother Ren for upholding justice. If my words just now were inappropriate, I hope Brother Ren can forgive me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the hilt of her sword to the two of them. She said, "It was just a competition, but you made such a big fuss and almost lost your lives. Don't be so reckless in the future." Yuan Guiqi put his sword back into its sheath with an ashamed look on his face. Zhou Tai's hands and feet were weak, so he used his sword to support himself. Ashamed, he said, "It's all my fault. Brother Yuan is not at fault. Everything is little brother's fault. Brother Yuan, this little brother lost this round. This little brother will return to the Flying Fish sect." Then, he turned his head and called out, "Men, bring over all the valuables we brought this time." Before Zhou Tai's voice fell, Yuan Guiqi laughed and said, "Brother Zhou's words are wrong. Since there is no winner or loser in the competition, it is a draw. What is there to talk about? How can this little brother accept this prize?" However, although Brother Zhou has already taken Rejuvenation Valley's panacea, your body is still damaged. You can't go to Carefree City. Take the valuables and go back to rest. When this little brother is free, I will go to the Flying Fish sect to pay a visit to Brother Zhou. How could Zhou Tai be willing to comply? He waved his hand and said, "Brother Yuan, please don't say that. This little brother used the reverse blood essence devouring technique and still tied with brother Yuan. This has already determined the winner and loser. If I say it was a draw, where would this little brother put his face? Therefore, the two of them made excuses. One said it was a draw, while the other said the other party won. This made Zhang Xiaohua gloomy. These two called her to be the judge, but they actually threw her to the side. Where should she put her face? Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua coughed a few times. Hearing this, Zhou Tai smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, let's not talk about it anymore. We are the witnesses here, and you are our savior. Why don't we listen to Brother Ren's judgment?" Yuan Guiqi nodded and said, "I have the same intention." Ha! Zhang Xiaohua was secretly pleased. Only now did you remember this great hero? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said seriously, "The fight between the two of you just now was really shocking. It let this little one see the style of the new generation of Jianghu heroes. It was really an eye-opener. From this humble one's observation, both of your martial arts and internal energy cultivation are top-notch. It is impossible to tell who is better." Although Brother Zhou used the reverse blood-eroding essence technique and forcefully gained the upper hand, in the end, it was still a draw. The most important thing is that this fight is about the result, not the process and methods. No matter how complicated it is, the result is the only thing that matters. Therefore, I think the two heroes should be judged as a draw. After saying that, she looked around and said with a smile, "What do the two of you think?" Chapter 422. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's verdict, Yuan Guohou was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. He was the second young master of the Raging Waves faction. Although he was doted on by the old chief, this Zhou Tai in front of him was the young chief of the Flying Fish faction. His identity was different. If it was a normal fight and Zhou Tai lost to him without being injured, he would have taken all the valuables without leaving any evidence behind. However, Zhou Tai used the reverse blood essence erosion technique to injure himself. Although it was his own fault, Yuan Guohou couldn't escape the responsibility. Under such circumstances, if he took Zhou Tai's valuables, he was afraid that it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the Flying Fish faction. When that time came, it would lead to a dispute between the two factions. Even with his father's protection, it would be difficult to ensure his safety. Even Zhou Tai breathed a sigh of relief. He had received the chief's instructions to go to Vow City. Before he even arrived, he had already given away his valuables and was seriously injured. If this news were to spread to the rest of the faction, where would he put his face? Just now, he was just putting up a strong front. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua offering him a ladder, he quickly took the opportunity to step down. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Brother Ren has said so, I won't pretend anymore. Brother Yuan, my body can't take it, so I'll take my leave first. I won't participate in the Vow City matter anymore. I wish you success in advance." Yuan Guohou smiled and said, "Vow City is just ahead. Why don't Brother Zhou come with me? Even if it's just to watch the show, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Zhou Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "This little brother is injured and is worried about my safety on the way back. Brother Yuan's words are exactly what this little brother wants. This little brother's safety will be entrusted to Brother Yuan." Yuan Guohou said, "Brother Zhou is too modest. Who doesn't know the valiance of the Flying Fish faction's disciples? Who dares to have evil thoughts? Besides, our two factions will be even stronger together. Brother Zhou, don't worry." Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed at the side. Wow, it was such a mess just now, and now it's like this. This Jianghu is really unpredictable. Zhou Tai nodded and said, "Our two factions used to be friends. From now on, we should be on good terms. After this matter is over, I'll definitely report to the chief and urge our two factions to form an alliance. Yuan Guiqi was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "That's how it should be. I have the same intention too." After the two of them were done mixing, they walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and bowed again. Brother Ren's life-saving grace is really unforgettable. I should express my gratitude to Brother Zhou. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. Well, this should means that there is nothing to express. Alas, in fact, I don't have any request. Just give me one of the carriages of property that Zhou Tai lost. Isn't that what I meant when I judged you guys to be tied? However, the two of them had long been convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's noble character and unquestionable integrity. How could they think so much? He heard them say, "It's just that, this little brother really can't bring out what I have with me." After saying that, each of them untied a bronze tablet from their waists and respectfully handed it over, saying, "This is our sex leader's tablet. Benefactor, please accept it. In the future, if you have any errands, just hold this tablet and the sex disciples will obey your orders." Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly declined, saying, "How can I accept this?" But in her heart she said, "What's the use of this tablet? It's better to give me some hard currency like gold and silver." Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly said, "If Benefactor doesn't accept it, won't the people of Jianghu say that we are people who don't know how to repay kindness? In the future, we can't stay in Jianghu anymore." Seeing that the two of them actually mentioned the height of their rice bowls, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to accept it. After carefully looking at the tablet carved with flying fish and waves, she casually put it away. In the eyes of the two of them, this casual action made them feel that Zhang Xiaohua's character was noble. They unconsciously thought more highly of her in their hearts. Yuan Guiqi said, "We still have important matters to attend to in Imo Cho City. We won't disturb Benefactor here. Benefactor, if you have time in the future, please come to the Raging Waves sect for a gathering." Zhou Tai also said, "Little brother is also waiting for Benefactor's arrival at the Flying Fish sect." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to the two of them, "Well said, well said. When I have time, I will definitely come and disturb the two of you." Hearing this, the two of them were very happy. After saying goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua, they led the crowd out of the peach garden and left. After waiting for the two groups of people to go far away, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked back to the carriage. On the carriage, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's faces were full of admiration. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Zhang Xiaohua muttering, "If I had known that this guy wouldn't give me any money, I would have judged him as the loser. Maybe Yuan Guiqi would be happy and give me a carriage full of money." The two of them immediately fell on the carriage with a bang. They were speechless. This person, after a long while, Nie Qianyu said, "Big brother Ren, Hero Ren, you don't have to say a word. Just by watching from the side, you receive 20 taels of gold. Such a good thing in the world is hard to come by." Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. She waved her hand and said, "If you don't manage the household, you won't know the cost of daily necessities. Although 20 taels of gold is a lot, there will be a time when it will run out. The more the better." "You!" Nie Qianyu almost shouted, "When did you manage the household? Even if you do manage the household, what you spend is our money." But in the end, she didn't say it. She heard Zhang Xiaohua ask again, "Just now, I heard Yuan Guiqi say that Zhou Tai took a panacea from Rejuvenation Valley. Is Rejuvenation Valley very famous? What is that miraculous elixir?" Nie Qianyu heard this and said somewhat angrily, "Hero Ren now knows to ask about Rejuvenation Valley. I thought Rejuvenation Valley was not as good as Hero Ren's discerning eyes." Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, since you didn't mention it, I thought Rejuvenation Valley was just the name of a small mountain villa. In order to take care of your self-esteem, of course, it would be better to ask less. But now, it seems that is not the case. It seems to be a very famous place. Oh, maybe it is a very big force, so I am curious to ask. Nie Qianyu still asked in a bad mood, then what are the big gangs and forces that you know? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Misty School, Righteous Alliance, Dalan Temple. Oh, and Aroma Cult. Is Rejuvenation Valley the same as them? You. Nie Qianyu's eyes widened, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was joking with her. She said angrily, if Hero Ren says so, my Rejuvenation Valley naturally cannot be compared to them. Our Rejuvenation Valley can only be said to be a small mountain villa. But, if compared to them, all the gangs in Jianghu are small sections. I wonder, how big is Hero Ren's sect? Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nie Qianyu was angry, but she was not anxious. She said, little you, don't be anxious and don't be angry. I do know the names of these gangs. One of them is called the Evil Tiger Gang. Evil Tiger Gang. Nie Qianyu frowned and said, I have never heard of it. But immediately, she asked worriedly, Big Brother Ren, do you really only know these few? You are not lying to me. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, little you, do you think Ren Xiaoyao is that kind of person? The three words, Ren Xiaoyao, were said very smoothly. Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua said the name Ren Xiaoyao and thought that Zhang Xiaohua was angry. She quickly interrupted, Big Brother Ren, don't be angry. It's not that Miss doesn't believe Big Brother Ren. She just thinks that Big Brother Ren should know these things. Nie Qianyu looked at Little Orange approvingly and said, Little Orange is right. Big Brother Ren, I really thought you were joking. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not care too much, she continued to explain, among the sects mentioned by Big Brother Ren, except for the Misty School which has been destroyed, the other sects are all super big sects in Jianghu. Their strength is not comparable to ordinary sects in Jianghu. But other than these super big sects, there are many other sects in Jianghu. Stormy Wave Sect. Flying Fish Sect. Zhang Xiaohua asked. These are all small sects that are not very eye-catching. They are not worthy of Hero Ren's attention. Hearing this, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, there are also some mid-level powers in Jianghu, such as Fallen Star Alliance, Heaven Dock, Moon Sea Sect, etc. They are all famous sects in Jianghu. Oh, right. Big Brother Ren, some of these sects are not simple sections. They are formed by a few small sections. As for which sects form the alliance, I don't know. What I know is all from the disciples in the valley. There are many other sects that I don't know about. Then, what's up with your Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Nie Qianyu thought for a while and said, Rejuvenation Valley is a little different from other sections. Together with the Weapon Refining Sect, Weapon Forging Sect, Snowfall Mountains Viburnum Horse Farm, Soaring Dragon Mountains Subdue Tiger Farm, and Swallowtail Mountains Yingying Horse Farm, we are called the One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 horse farms. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, 3 horse farms produce horses, 2 sects forge weapons, then your One Valley produces pills. No wonder it's called Rejuvenation Valley. It means miraculous hands. Nie Qianyu clapped her hands and said, Big Brother Ren is indeed smart. You've seen through it. Our Rejuvenation Valley produces medicine commonly seen in the pugilistic world. The pill that Zhou Tai took just now is the blood replenishing pill made by us. It's specially made for external injuries and excessive bleeding. This Zhou Tai actually used it after using the reverse blood essence erosion technique. It's quite effective. Hearing up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua was already certain in his heart that Ou Yan must have come to Rejuvenation Valley when she went south a few years ago. Only a place like this that could produce spirit pills and miraculous medicines could find the reason why the medicinal herbs could not germinate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Little fish Nye, does your Rejuvenation Valley grow a lot of medicinal herbs?" Nye Qianyu smiled and said, "Of course. Without medicinal herbs, how can we make pills?" Another meaning of Rejuvenation Valley is that our valley is like spring all year round, which is extremely suitable for the growth of medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Then can I go take a look?" Chapter 423. Before Nye Qianyu could say anything, Little Orange smiled and said, "Young Master Ren is too polite. If you come to our valley, won't our master take out all the treasures in the valley? Don't worry, not to mention showing you some herbs, even if he cut all the herbs to weave a straw hat for you, he'll do it." Nye Qianyu was a little shy and didn't dare to answer. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "Is Little Orange trying to use herbs to make me wear a hat? I won't do it." Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Little fish Nye, you've always been conceited and smart. Do you know what these two hedonistic disciples of Jianghu are doing in Macho City?" Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed, "Big brother Ren is overpraising me. When it comes to intelligence, how can I compare to Ren Xiaoxia, who is both intelligent and brave?" There was a hint of pride and joy in her words, and her eyes were glittering. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to change the topic, but since Nye Qianyu said the same thing, she could only say, "I saw that they were wearing bright clothes and even brought gifts. I guess they're going to visit some elders." Little Orange smiled and said, "I think they're going to gamble." Zhang Xiaohua and Nye Qianyu were both surprised and asked, "How can you tell?" Little Orange said, "If you're going to visit your elders, you definitely won't use your gifts as a wager for some reason. Only if these gifts are a wager would they not be stingy. Losing here is a loss, and losing in Vow City is also a loss." Little Orange said it so firmly that it made sense. Zhang Xiaohua knew it was impossible, but she couldn't think of anything else. She could only say, "Who knows? Anyway, we'll know when we get to Macho City. They can't use the money to buy things." Nye Qianyu's eyes lit up and said, "What Big Brother Ren said makes sense. Every year, there are auctions in Macho City. Merchants from all over the world come here to trade. Maybe they're here to sell things." Auctions. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also lit up. "I've read about this name in books in my early years. I also know a little about the details, but I haven't experienced it myself. I wonder if I can participate this time." Little Orange smiled and said, "The 3-character classic actually has the word auction in it. That's not easy." Nye Qianyu frowned and said, "The time of the auction is not fixed. I don't know if it will be held at this time. However, looking at the two of them, it really seems like it. It's only a few days' journey to Carefree City. Why don't we go and take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked, "This is not the official road from Tanha City to Macho City, is it? I wonder if the people chasing you have an ambush ahead." When Nye Qianyu heard this, she said proudly, "Don't worry, Big Brother Ren. This place is already within the sphere of influence of my Rejuvenation Valley. If I'm not mistaken, that group of people won't be stupid enough to come here and cause trouble unless they want to anger the sects of the south." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. He wanted to ask why no one from Rejuvenation Valley had come to pick him up, but some window paper was better obscured. Therefore, he smiled and said, "That's good. In the next few days, I can sleep in peace." Little Orange frowned and said, "Young Master Ren, you only know how to sleep. Sleeping here and there, I don't see you gaining any weight." Nie Qianyu rebuked, "Little Orange, don't talk nonsense." Zhang Xiaohua stretched and said, "This young master's life is tiring. I'm just accompanying you to look at the peach blossoms, but I also have to save people. How can I gain any weight?" "Oh right, little fishy, do you want to continue looking at the peach blossoms?" Nie Qianyu shook her head and said, "The peach blossoms are beautiful, but they are too thick and not suitable to be looked at for a long time. If they are surrounded by thousands of flowers, each in a delicate posture, you can play with them for a long time. This time is really good. It's time to go." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he said, "Okay, since there's no one to make a fuss, we won't be able to earn any more gold. Let's go quickly. The sky is full of red clouds. I'm dizzy from looking at it." When he finished speaking, he turned the horse around. The bell rang softly, and the horse slowly rode out of the peach blossom garden. After leaving the peach blossom garden, they went all the way south. After a few days, they saw that the number of people had increased. The smiles on Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's faces grew. However, in these few days, there were many young masters with large groups of family members. There were also some carriages hurriedly passing by their carriage. Judging from their arrogant looks, they must be rich. Every time someone passed by, Nie Qianyu would quietly explain to Zhang Xiaohua if she knew them. She would also explain to him some of the structure of the martial arts world in the south. As expected, these young talents were all young masters of sects or groups. Could it be that this year's auction has been brought forward? Nie Qianyu was a little surprised. In previous years, it was held in late spring for the convenience of merchants from afar. It's only February now. It's still early. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not care. He only observed left and right, waiting for the two groups of people who did not see eye to eye and fought with each other. Then, he would be the judge and earn some gold at the same time. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few days, there was no second incident. Unknowingly, a towering city was already in sight. This was a city that looked very ancient. The huge green bricks were covered with moss. From high up in the dark, there were even some small trees that extended their branches. Nie Qianyu pointed at the city of Carefree City and said, "Brother Ren, Carefree City has a long history. It has a longer history than Tanha City and Pingyang City." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "I didn't know about this." "Oh yes, Brother Ren." Nie Qianyu was not surprised. She pointed at the three big words above the city gate and said with a smile, "Look at the three words Carefree City." Zhang Xiaohua looked up. Sure enough, above the tall city gate, there were three big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Carefree City. They were written in ancient characters, which had the charm of the word ethereal, on the archway of the ethereal heights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Are these the three words Carefree City? Why haven't I seen them before? But it seems that the strokes are very delicate. It seems to be a girl's handwriting." Nie Qianyu clapped her hands and praised, "Brother Ren is indeed a master. These three words are ancient characters that are very popular now. It's normal that you don't recognize them. However, you can actually tell that these words were written by a girl. Your three-character classic is really good." Zhang Xiaohua touched his chin and said without the slightest modesty, "It's just a so-so." Little Orange secretly curled his lips at the side. Nie Qianyu continued, "It said that the words of Carefree City were written by an immortal called Carefree Girl, immortal." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately cut off Nie Qianyu's words. "Yes, it's actually recorded in the Carefree City's annals that Carefree City was built by the immortal called Carefree Girl. Of course, the words above the city gate were written by her." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "The immortals I read in the books were all from ancient times. That was 10,000 years ago. Even if Carefree Girl really existed, how could Carefree City have existed for 10,000 years? Not at all." Nie Qianyu smiled faintly and said, "How could there be a 10,000-year-old city? It's just a matter of generations of repairs." Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and said, "So that's how it is. But, what about the immortal called Carefree Girl? Is there any record in your city annals?" "Of course." At this time, Little Orange also answered. "The story of Carefree Girl is widely spread in the south. Young Master Ren, you actually don't know about it. It seems that the three-character classic is not well written." Zhang Xiaohua was curious and asked, "Little Orange, can you tell me the story of Carefree Girl?" Upon hearing this, Nie Qianyu said, "Big Brother Ren, let's enter the city first. It's getting late, and the West City Gate is close to the Macho Lake. I'll tell you more about it when we reach the Macho Lake." "Sure." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and kicked the black horse's butt. The black horse was already used to it and immediately pulled the carriage along with the crowd into Carefree City. The layout of Carefree City, the clothes of the pedestrians, and the style of the shops were completely different from that of Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed looking at it very much. Not long after, the carriage arrived in front of a dark green lake. Countless willows drooped around the lake and it was also abnormally green. Above the lake, there was a jade-like dam that divided the water into two. At the corner of the lake, there was a tall tower. The setting sun was right behind the tower, as if it was hanging on the top of the tower. The tower's reflection was reflected in the dark green lake and rippled with the waves. It was a unique feeling. Nie Qianyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was fascinated and whispered, "This is the most famous sight of Carefree Lake, the Frowning Eyebrows at sunset. This tower is the Frowning Eyebrows Tower." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Why does it have such a sad name?" Nie Qianyu was fascinated and said, "Yes, Big Brother Ren, you're very perceptive. You immediately understood something from the tower's name." "I thought so too back then." Then Nie Qianyu looked at the green lake and said sadly, "Because Sorrowless Girl was buried under this pagoda. Everyone who heard her story would frown and sigh. Therefore, this pagoda was called Frown Pagoda after a long time. No one mentioned its original name anymore. Fairy was trapped under this tower." Zhang Xiaohua immediately released his divine sense. At this time, his divine sense was much stronger than when he was on the deserted island. This mere lake was nothing to him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, Nie Qianyu continued, "It is said that after Carefree Girl built this city, she lived a carefree life. However, one day, she met a man called Yi Feng by the Carefree Lake. They fell in love at first sight. However, God was jealous of beauty. Yi Feng was valued by an old monk called Xian Kong. He thought that Yi Feng was a Buddha with spiritual roots and insisted on making Yi Feng a monk. Carefree Girl was of course unwilling. In the end, Xian Kong said that Carefree Girl was born a demon, so he cast a spell and trapped Carefree Girl under this tower." While listening to Nie Qianyu's story, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the bottom of the tower with his divine sense. As his divine sense went down, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more and more strange. In the end, he even showed a look of surprise. Chapter 424. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that it was just a pool of lake water that could be seen clearly with a sweep of his divine sense. Unfortunately, reality played a big joke on him. He had indeed swept all the way to the bottom of the Carefree Lake without any abnormalities. However, this frown pagoda with a story was deeply embedded in the ground. Moreover, there was really a fluctuation of pneuma at the bottom of the pagoda. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could this story be true? Was Carefree Girl really trapped under the pagoda? Nie Qianyu was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua. She asked, Brother Ren, is there anything strange about it? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Do you have another version? Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and smiled. No, little fish Nia, I have never heard of this story. Now that I have heard of it, I feel very sad. Out of 10 things in this world, 7 out of 10 things don't go your way. Carefree Girl and Yifeng are so free and unfettered, loving each other. Why did this old monk Xian Kong want to interfere? Why did he do such a filthy thing like breaking up a couple? Nie Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Zhang Xiaohua continued, if this old monk took Carefree Girl for himself, I can understand. A gentle and graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal mate means that the old monk has fallen in love with her. This can only mean that Carefree Girl is very charming. However, to convert Yifeng into a monk, I don't understand this kind of thing that benefits others but not oneself. I would rather be beaten to death than do such a thing. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both hit their heads on the roof of the carriage. They had never dreamt of such a thing happening in their wildest dreams. Zhang Xiaohua was still unaware. He muttered to himself, if it were me, I would snatch Carefree Girl back to the temple first and talk about other things later. Alas, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were completely speechless. Oh, right, little fish Nie, what about the rest of the story? Carefree Girl was trapped under the pagoda and never came out again. Where are Yifeng and the old monk? Nie Qianyu stood up weakly and said in a low voice, of course she didn't come out. If she did, the frown pagoda wouldn't exist anymore. Yifeng was converted to a monk by the old monk and his whereabouts are unknown. He was blind as a bat and regarded a virtuous wife and mother as a monster. I can't wait to hate him. Who cares about his fate? Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, Sorrowless Girl is not a small fish. How can she breathe underwater? This? Nie Qianyu said angrily, Sorrowless is a fairy. Of course she can breathe underwater. However, she immediately said in disappointment, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to think too much about it. It's just a story. It's said to be a legend from thousands of years ago. It might not be true. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and said, what if it's true? Do you want to meet Mistress Vao? Ah. Really? Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up. Big Brother Ren, how do you know? However, if you can meet Mistress Vao, the pagoda will collapse. According to the legend, the old monk Xian Kong said that the pagoda would only collapse if the water from Lake Sorrowless overflowed. Only then would Mistress Vao be able to escape from the bottom of the pagoda. However, the pagoda is so tall that it's even taller than the city walls of Macho City. If the water from the lake overflowed the top of the pagoda, wouldn't Macho City be submerged as well? How is that possible? Even if it's possible, what will happen to the people in the city? Nie Qianyu sighed with compassion. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded and said, that's right. If the pagoda collapses, where else can we go to see such a beautiful scene? You. Nie Qianyu glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, why don't you have tender feelings for the fairer sex now? It's been 10,000 years. Even immortals have passed away. Zhang Xiaohua explained, moreover, Yifeng has become a monk and his whereabouts are unknown. What can Mistress Vao do if she comes out? Find someone else to love her. You. This time, even Little Orange shared the same hatred as Nie Qianyu. At the same time, he spat, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and smiled. She bared her teeth and said, human teeth and nothing else. Nie Qianyu covered her forehead with her hand and said nothing. The setting sun was like a painting. The golden afterglow scattered on the frown pagoda. One side of the pagoda was bright and the other side was dark. The two sides were distinct and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dazed. Only when there was light could one see the darkness. If there was only darkness and no light, who would know that it was darkness? Not long after, the frown pagoda lost its light and the entire pagoda gradually sank into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said, "Mistress's vow, shouldn't we go find shelter? Or go directly to Rejuvenation Valley?" Nie Qianyu's eyes were still looking at the towering pagoda. She muttered, "Is it cold under the pagoda?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's lonely. She's like snow. If she's alone under the pagoda, it'll only be winter. How can there be warmth?" Nie Qianyu nodded and said, "Big Brother Ren is right. Life is only meaningful when there's companionship." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Little fish Nie, what should we do now?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Rejuvenation Valley is in the valley south of Vow City. The journey is not wide. Let's rest in the city for the night and continue tomorrow." Her tone was filled with joy and melancholy. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he did not reply. He turned his horse around and looked for an inn. Nie Qianyu often came to Vow City, but she had never stayed in an inn before. Therefore, she could not give any suggestions. Zhang Xiaohua could only follow the path. However, after walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua started to feel gloomy. He had forgotten that in the past few days, he had met several groups of well-dressed young masters who had come to Carefree City. Could it be that they had brought many family members and servants with them? If it was like this in his direction, then it was likely that it was the same in the other directions as well. Therefore, there were quite a lot of people from foreign lands who had come to Carefree City tonight. Although there were many inns in Carefree City, they had long been fully booked. Zhang Xiaohua actually did not manage to find a single room, let alone a small courtyard like he had in the past. After finding a few more rooms, the waiter impatiently told them that they were full. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and asked, "What should we do?" "Little fish Nie, don't tell me that your family doesn't have any relatives or businesses in Vow City." Nie Qianyu lowered her head and did not speak. After thinking for a moment, she bit her lips and said, "I remember that there is an unknown small temple in the west of Vow City. Why don't we stay there tonight? Big Brother Ren, what do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "I'm fine with it. If Little Fish says it's fine, then it's fine." Little Orange said slyly, "If both of you say it's fine, then it's really fine." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She drove the carriage to the west. When they arrived in front of a tea house, they saw a tea flag fluttering above the tea house with the words Biluakun written on it. The tea house was bustling with people and business was good. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "You two wait in the car. I'll go to this tea house to buy some tea and snacks for you. The sky is already dark. I'm sure you two are hungry and thirsty." After she finished speaking, she jumped off the carriage and went into the tea house without waiting for their reply. After Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the crowd, Little Orange said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mississippi." Nie Qianyu's face was full of astonishment. She said, "Little Orange, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would there be a happy occasion out of nowhere?" Little Orange winked and said, "You know, Mississippi, how would I know? You little girl, why aren't you telling me? You really know, Mississippi. You didn't go to our Rejuvenation Valley's residence in Vow City but chose to sleep in a small temple. What are you thinking? How can I not know this?" Nie Qianyu's face was a little red and she didn't dare to say anything. Little Orange continued, looking at Big Brother Ren. He is also a considerate and careful person. He knew that Miss was thirsty and hungry and also liked the exquisite refreshments in the tea house, so he hurriedly went to the tea house to buy refreshments. Just now, we passed by a few restaurants, but he didn't go down. Nie Qianyu whispered like a mosquito, maybe Big Brother Ren was hungry and didn't eat. Forget it, Mississippi. Along the way, when have you ever seen Big Brother Ren eat first? When have you ever heard Big Brother Ren say that he was hungry? Every time, weren't we the ones who suggested it first? He just accompanied us and ate a little bit in a refined manner. Speaking of this, Little Orange said with some doubts, Big Brother Ren is also strange. I remember that there are disciples in our Rejuvenation Valley who have a foundation in martial arts. Everyone has a big appetite. His martial arts is so high, but why does he eat so little? Yes, look at how thin he is. He hasn't put on any weight at all. Miss, you're still trying to hide it. You're worried about whether he's fat or thin. However, it's good that Big Brother Ren is thin like this. He looks very energetic. But Nie Qianyu pursed her lips and whispered, but along the way, Big Brother Ren seems to be, to me. She couldn't finish her sentence no matter what. Miss, you don't have to worry. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there's a piece of paper between them. Why don't you be bolder and say more of what's in your heart? I'm sure you'll succeed. Didn't you see that in the past, we were the ones who suggested that we were hungry first? Today, he went first. Isn't this showing that he has you in his heart? This? Nie Qianyu had always been extraordinarily intelligent. However, when it came to herself and was a child's concern, how could she still have any wisdom? She asked again, then, how should I express it? Isn't this too embarrassing? What's there to be embarrassed about? Miss, you don't know how many times you've hinted along the way. Ah. Was that true? Little Orange, I don't know. Alas, you may not know it yourself, but I can understand it. It's just that I don't know if Ren Xiaoyao understood it, so he didn't answer you. However, it's normal to think about it. Men are all careless. It's okay. Miss, you are so smart, and Brother Ren also likes to talk to you very much. I don't think there will be too much of a problem. The saying that time breeds love is an unbreakable truth. It's an old saying. That's true. Big Brother Ren sent you off from 1,000 miles away. It's enough to show his noble character and unquestionable integrity. This person is also someone who can be entrusted with your life. This was indeed what Nie Qianyu thought, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the tea house with a smile on her face. When she saw Nie Qianyu, she cupped her hands and said, "Congratulations, little you." Congratulations, little you. When Nie Qianyu heard this, her face flushed red. Chapter 425. When Nie Qianyu heard Zhang Xiaohua's congratulations, she couldn't help blushing. She felt both regretful and sweet at the same time. She thought to herself, what's wrong with me? How could I talk to Little Orange about such embarrassing things in public? Look at this guy, he actually eavesdropped on a girl's private conversation. This is not right. But this is also good. I don't have to confess to him in person anymore. It's embarrassing when I think about it. But he eavesdropped on our conversation. Will he despise me from the bottom of his heart? Seeing that Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were very shy, and that Nie Qianyu didn't even dare to look at her, Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you see such a handsome young man?" Immediately, she touched her face and said, "I don't have any changes either." Suddenly, he came to a realization and said regretfully, "Oh, do you guys already know about it? I wanted to ask you for some wedding money." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, Nie Qianyu's shyness had already faded a little. She dared to raise her eyebrows a little and asked, "What are you talking about? What wedding money? What do you mean we already know?" "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "So you don't know? I thought this was a matter of your rejuvenation valley." "Oh, that's right. It's only been 2 months. You're still with me." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was getting more and more out of hand, Nie Qianyu angrily took out a small gold ingot from her bosom and handed it over. She said, "This is the wedding money. Tell me." Zhang Xiaohua picked up the gold ingot and said with a smile, "Congratulations, little fishy, congratulations, little fishy. Your sister is going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband. You'll soon have a brother-in-law with outstanding martial arts." Hearing this, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's expressions changed greatly. They said in disbelief, "Big Brother Ren, say it again. Which sister is going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband? How many sisters do you have?" Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised and said, "I only heard the idle people of Jianghu chatting in the tea house. They said that your Rejuvenation Valley is holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse these days, and tomorrow is the last day. The many young masters of the martial arts families that we saw today are all here to catch up with the last carriage tomorrow. How is this possible?" Nie Qianyu exclaimed. "How is that not possible?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Little Orange explained, "My master has 3 daughters. Miss is the youngest. She has 2 older sisters. But eldest Miss and second Miss have been married for a long time. Eldest Miss even has a son. How could there be a martial arts competition for a husband?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and retorted, "What's impossible about that? If anything happens to your brother-in-law?" "Bah." Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both spat. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't bare her teeth. She just said thoughtfully, "If it's like what you said," the hand that took the golden pellet stretched out again and said, "Could it be, little fish Nie? Shouldn't you give me a big red packet?" When Nie Qianyu heard this, her face immediately turned white. She seemed to have thought of something, but didn't know how to say it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua immediately retracted her hand and said to herself, "That's not right. You're only 12 years old. Why are you holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse? Unless..." At this moment, Nie Qianyu also thought of something and immediately said with joy, "Big Brother Ren is really smart. You've thought of it." Then, she heaved a sigh of relief and patted her small chest, saying, "That's great. Big Brother Ren has thought it through. I don't need to explain." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the relieved Nie Qianyu and said with a smile, "What do you want to explain to me?" Nie Qianyu's small head hid in the shadow of the carriage. It was unknown whether she was thinking about how to say it or to avoid his question. At this moment, Little Orange jumped out and said, "Miss, young Master Ren, what are you talking about? Which Mrs. family is in trouble? Why are you making such a big fuss?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Orange, who was still a little confused, and asked with a smile, "Little you, are we going to the small temple or Rejuvenation Valley?" "Let's go to the small temple. Tomorrow is the last day. We can go back tomorrow." "Miss, are you not worried that something happened at home? Let's go back quickly." Nie Qianyu smiled bitterly and said, "What happened at home? Let's go first. Don't delay here." Big brother Ren will explain to you on the way. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped back into the carriage, shook the reins, and continued to move forward. When they were on the road, Zhang Xiaohua took out the snacks that she had just bought and handed them to Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu took them sweetly and ate them in small bites. Little Orange took 2 bites and ate a few bites. Then, he asked breathlessly, "Young Master Ren Xiaoxia, can you tell me now?" After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said unhurriedly, "What else is there to say? Since little Yu's 2 elder sisters are already married, this joust for a spouse will definitely go to you, the little Mississippi, but..." Just as Little Orange was about to ask, he heard Zhang Xiaohua continue, "Although little Yu is too young for a joust for a spouse at the age of 12, if little Yu doesn't reveal her true age normally, not many people will know her true age. This way, your master's plan will succeed." Little Orange was also a smart person. After hearing this, how could he not know that this joust for a spouse had started 2 months ago when Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were attacked by bad people? His master must have wanted to give the bad people the false impression that Nie Qianyu had already returned to Rejuvenation Valley. But, Little Orange immediately thought of something else and asked, "What if the joust for a spouse ends tomorrow and the one to marry the little miss is chosen? What should we do?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since your little miss is still young, we can just delay it for a few more years. Moreover, I'm sure your master has already thought this through. A living daughter is better than an invisible one." "But..." Little Orange said another, but Nie Qianyu stopped him and said, "Little Orange, this is all father's painstaking arrangement. I'm sure he has a meticulous plan. Won't we know when we return tomorrow?" Little Orange then muttered a few words, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't hear him clearly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Anyway, no matter what, we will be able to see little Yu's nominal husband tomorrow. I don't know who has the ability to stand out from the crowd." After saying this, she looked at the dark buildings in the distance, without any light at all. But at this moment, a faint ray of moonlight shone through the window of the carriage, making Nie Qianyu's face pale. There was a small and shabby temple in the west. It was not big and was a little far from Macho Lake, which was a rare sight in Macho City. There was a large temple next to Macho Lake. It was full of incense, and even at night, there were people offering incense to Buddha. For a woman of Nie Qianyu's status, it was absolutely possible for her to spend the night outside the temple. However, Nie Qianyu had chosen this remote temple. They drove the carriage to the temple and tied it to a tree in front of the temple. Zhang Xiaohua led Nie Qianyu and Little Orange into the temple with candles and other things in their hands. There was a small courtyard in the temple, but the carriage couldn't enter. There was a small temple inside, and the light shone on the statue of an old man. He held a ball of thread in his hand and was looking forward with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know why there was a statue of neither Bodhisattva nor Buddha in this temple. But when she saw the 2 lifelike balls of red thread in the old man's hand, how could she not know who this old man was? It wasn't a temple, but a rare Moon Elder temple. Zhang Xiaohua sniffled and didn't say anything. She carefully put the red candle in her hand on the incense table in front of the Moon Elder and lit it. In an instant, a pale yellow light filled the entire small temple. Under the flickering candlelight, the benevolent old man behind the incense burner table looked very real. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange walked to the front and sat on the futon in front of the incense burner table. They put their palms together and murmured something. Zhang Xiaohua stood behind them with her arms crossed in front of her chest, watching silently. Suddenly, Nie Qianyu turned around and looked at her with hidden bitterness. Then, she kowtowed 9 times to the Moon Elder. Nie Qianyu's eyes were full of meaning. Her dark pupils seemed to be able to see straight into Zhang Xiaohua's heart. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart constricted. Looking at Nie Qianyu kowtowing so sincerely, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Don't tell me I have feelings for this little girl who just turned 12. Quickly, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. She was still underage. What was she thinking about? This little girl is also very precocious. How could I not see through her thoughts on the way here? It's just that. It's just that what? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't say it. She didn't have a blood feud, so she couldn't get married if she didn't take revenge. She also didn't have any great cause to restore her country, so she couldn't talk about feelings now. This little Yu was also very cute and intelligent. But what was she hesitating about? Was it a dream? The image that was deeply imprinted in her mind was also very cute, but she looked very strong. There was some confusion in her eyes, but she was also a girl who was tenacious. Dream, are you doing well in your hometown? Zhang Xiaohua was a little sad and absent-minded. Suddenly, she heard Nie Qianyu say, Brother Ren, don't you want to make a wish in front of the Moon Elder? The Moon Elder Temple in Immerse City is the most efficacious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, 9 out of 10 things in the world are difficult to be perfect. How can the Moon Elder care about having a lover in the world? If we are fated to meet, we will meet even if we are thousands of miles away. But if we are not fated, even if I kowtow to the Moon Elder, how can I meet her? Nie Qianyu's little face was pale. Zhang Xiaohua said again, since little Yu said that the Moon Elder is efficacious, why is it so desolate? Why aren't there more offerings and worship? Chapter 426. Nie Qianyu forced a smile and said, It is said that this Yulao temple was the place where Sorrowless kowtowed and made a wish. After she met Yifeng, she came here with her Mr. Right to fulfill her wish. At that time, it was a sensation and the temple was very popular. However, Sorrowless was suppressed under the Frown Pagoda and the temple gradually became desolate. I see. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Nie Qianyu continued, When I was young, I came here with my mother. I saw that the old man on the pagoda was very kind, so I bowed a few times. My mother said that I had fate with this Yulao temple, so I bowed directly to this Yulao. Aren't all the Yulao temples in the world the Yulao? What's the difference? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Nie Qianyu said meaningfully, All the Yulao in the world look the same, but in my heart, there is only one. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, I don't think so. I still believe in fate. Nie Qianyu sighed softly and said, Brother Ren, it's just a thought. After that, she silently walked to the side. Little Orange glared at Zhang Xiaohua fiercely and said, Hero Ren, can you follow me to the carriage outside and bring some bedding here? In addition, I have to trouble you to find some dry straw. The ground is very wet. Even if you don't care about Miss, you won't watch her get cold. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and didn't argue with her. He just followed her out of the temple and moved everything in the carriage inside. Then, he went out to look for dry straw. Where could he find dry straw in this pitch-black night? It was obviously a little difficult for Little Orange, but for Zhang Xiaohua, it was really nothing. He slightly released his divine sense and found a village house not far away. Wasn't there a pile of straw behind the house? He pinched a spell and used Earth Escape to the bottom of the pile of straw. What he held was the dry straw. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua's method of using her divine sense was still quite improved. She would no longer run around like before. When they returned to the Moon Temple, Nie Qianyu laughed so hard that she swayed back and forth when she saw the straw on Zhang Xiaohua's head. She stepped forward and helped Zhang Xiaohua remove the straw from her head in a very virtuous manner, as if her resentment just now had disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua didn't avoid it, only letting her remove the straw on her head. Only then did she help the two of them make a straw nest. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, although it's already spring, the nights are cold. I'd better go get some dry wood and light a fire. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, Nie Qinyu sighed deeply. She didn't know how long this momentary happiness would last. Zhang Xiaohua was very capable. Not long after, she came back with a large pile of dry branches and started a fire in the middle of the moon temple. Outside the temple, the night gradually grew darker and colder. The bonfire inside the temple burned brightly, and the three people's faces were red. No one spoke, and they just sat there quietly, letting the dry branches in the fire crackle, as if telling them of their loneliness. Seeing that it was late, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's eyes were a little blurred. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the temple. Nie Qianyu was shocked and said, "Brother Ren, what are you doing? This moon temple is quite big and is enough for us to use. Why do you have to go outside?" "No way, little fish Nie, men and women shouldn't be so close," Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's slightly exaggerated tone, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but say, "Little Orange is here too. It's not like a man and a woman are alone in a room." "I'm not afraid, so why are you afraid?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's not appropriate for the three of us to be together. We still need other evidence." Little Orange smiled and said, "You and Miss are chaste. I saw it with my own eyes. Didn't Brother Ren always say that God is watching what people do? What are you worried about? It's cold outside. Be careful of your body. My Miss will." Before he finished speaking, Nie Qianyu kicked his butt and said, "Little Orange, if you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you like Brother Ren." "Kick me?" Little Orange didn't understand and asked, "When did Brother Ren kick me?" "Hee." Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed, "I'm not kicking you. I'm kicking the black horse pulling the carriage." "Miss, you." Little Orange was speechless. He was just expressing his miss's thoughts, but he was actually abused like this. Seeing the two laughing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay any longer and walked out. Seeing this, Nie Qianyu hurriedly got up and rushed out. When she reached the door, she saw a shocking scene. Zhang Xiaohua was holding the wheels of the carriage with both hands. He actually jumped over the wall easily and walked into the temple. Just how much arm strength was required to do this? Nie Qianyu was somewhat stunned. She had seen Zhang Xiaohua kill an enemy with a sword, but that was just a fight. She couldn't directly see the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arm. However, at this time, he actually lifted the huge carriage easily and even used Qinggong to jump over the high wall. This was a real effect, which made her very surprised. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over, she quickly dodged to the side and asked, "Brother Ren, your arm strength is so strong." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Little you, although this carriage is big, it's actually very light. It's only made of wood." As he spoke, he put the carriage in front of the Moon Elder Temple and compared the width of the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the carriage into the temple and put it in a corner. At this time, the four odd beasts, Huan, also drove the black horse into the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua waved at Huan, and the two animals came to him. Seeing this, Little Orange couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ren, you don't want to let these two animals stay in the Moon Elder Temple, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is Xiaoxiao's intention. But their smell is very unpleasant." Little Orange was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Little Orange, you can't discriminate against them. These two animals have worked hard all the way here. They have pulled us for thousands of miles. The night is so cold. How can you bear to let them freeze outside? But Little Orange was a little anxious and said, aren't they usually in the stable? Isn't it just as cold there? You can let them stay in this courtyard, can't you? Zhang Xiaohua still shook his head and said, didn't I just say that a gentleman doesn't bully a dark room? I'm afraid to stay with two beautiful girls like you. No matter what, I've studied the three-character classic for a few months. Although there's a saying that it's expedient, I still think we should let these two guys be witnesses. Ah. Little Orange opened his mouth and pointed at the two animals and said, just the two of them. Can they do it? Zhang Xiaohua said, if you say they can, then they can. If you say they can, then they can. If you say they can't, then they can't. If they can, then they can't. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Brother Ren is really a gentleman. We'll do as you say. Little Orange was really speechless and muttered to himself, aren't you just deceiving yourself and others? Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and led the two animals to a corner, tied them, and went out. Not long after, she got a pile of grass and threw it on the ground for them to eat slowly. Then, she turned around and gently closed the door of the Moon Elder Temple. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's skillful action of feeding the horses and finding the grass, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange almost thought, Brother Ren said at the beginning that he grew up in a mountain village. It's true. Who in Jianghu would be so skillful? Nie Qianyu even thought, if you're old and can't survive in Jianghu, you can find a mountain village to raise sheep and horses. It's also very promising. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw the two of them staring at him. He said shyly, ladies, don't stare at me so hard. I'll be embarrassed. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange curled their lips and turned back to the bedding that was already spread on the hay. Nie Qianyu asked shyly, Brother Ren, where are you sleeping? Why didn't I take your things? I didn't get you any hay. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's okay. I'll sleep behind the Moon Elder Temple. It's quiet there. I'll leave this place to you. Nie Qianyu listened and said anxiously, Brother Ren, it's cold at night. You'd better sleep next to the fire. Moreover, there's no hay behind and the ground is very wet. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, it's okay. I'll meditate and practice outside. I'm not afraid of the cold. Nie Qianyu got up and moved half of the hay under her and said, Brother Ren, even if you meditate, you still need to use hay as a mat. Use mine. After taking away half of the hay, the bedding was not enough and half of it was spread on the ground. Seeing this, Little Orange hurriedly got up and wanted to move his hay over. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, but he smiled bitterly and said, it's okay. I remember that there's a futon in the carriage. I'll use it. After saying this, he walked quickly to the front of the carriage. When they were not paying attention, he took out the dark green futon from his money bag and held it up to Nie Qianyu and said, this will do. I'm just sitting. I don't need so much. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had never seen a futon in the carriage. They were very strange to see it now. However, they were not familiar with chores and thought that it was just under the carriage. Therefore, they did not ask much. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and sat behind the Moon Elder. The futon was unusually soft and warm. It was very comfortable. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. He had really found a treasure. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua turned around and did not come back. They knew that he was meditating and did not dare to disturb him. They lay under the bedding and silently watched the bonfire burning. They did not want to say a word. Both of them were full of worries. After watching for a while, their eyes became sleepy and they fell asleep in a daze. After a while, it was late at night. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and turned to the front. He looked at the two sleeping soundly and smiled. He then took out several dark green jade pieces and threw them at various places in the Moon Elder Temple. Then, he made a gesture and sent them in all directions. In his spiritual sense, the jade pieces emitted a faint fluctuation of vitality. An invisible cover was produced from each jade piece and slowly gathered. It formed a semicircular cover in the Moon Elder Temple and covered everything in the temple. The formation was actually similar to the Three Talents formation in the past. Chapter 427. It was already late at night. The sorrowless lake was still rippling in the breeze. The moon was half hidden in the dark clouds, revealing a bit of brilliance. The entire earth was in deep slumber. At this moment, a black shadow appeared from somewhere. It first quietly crouched on the roof and observed for a moment. Then, it suddenly got up and went to a place like a snake to hide. After a while, it revealed itself again and went straight to the west of the city. When the black shadow came to the side of a forest beside the Moon Elder Temple, it stopped and opened its mouth. A strange bird cry sounded, and immediately after, there was a response from the forest. After a few breaths, the black shadow flashed into the forest. Inside, there was a thin and tall man who was also dressed in night clothes standing there quietly. The black shadow that came later was also well built. However, he was slightly shorter than the man in front. He went forward and bowed. "This humble one greets Lord Jingzhe." The black shadow called Jingzhe waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Tomorrow is the last day of the Rejuvenation Valley's joust for a spouse. Are you ready? Please rest assured, Lord Jingzhe. This humble one has been preparing since I received the order from the sect 2 months ago. If it wasn't for the fact that I can only go on stage on the last day, this humble one would have already killed everyone." "Ha!" Jingzhe laughed and said, "I'm relieved that you have such confidence. Letting you go on stage for the joust for a spouse was only a last resort. How could we let you go on stage right away? It seems that the other brothers in the sect didn't succeed, so we had no choice but to use Lord Jingzhe's plan." Jingzhe waved his hand and said, "It's not that I have any foresight. It's just that ever since that girl flashed in Tanha City, she disappeared without a trace. The entire sect has used countless people, but they still couldn't get any news. Not long after, news of the joust for a spouse came from the Rejuvenation Valley. All the elders in the sect thought that old Nya had already taken his daughter back and wanted to use this opportunity to expand their strength. Only our Grand Commander stood his ground and thought that this was just an act by old Nya to cover up his daughter who had escaped to who knows where. Only then did the sect leader order to send more people to search. The 12th of February said cautiously, "The Grand Commander is truly a god." Sighed, although the Grand Commander is a strategist, the distance between Tanha City and Wuri City is so far. There are countless roads that lead to it. We are also not the government, so we can't set up checkpoints to check them one by one. How can we take care of everything? Even now, it's been several months, and we still haven't found the slightest trace of Miss Nye's whereabouts. Even the Grand Commander thinks that old man Nye's joust for marriage is real. Heh, Grand Commander worries too much. Even if it's true, as long as we obtain the position of son-in-law, won't Rejuvenation Valley still fall into the palms of Grand Commander's hands? On the 12th of February, you must not be careless. Old Nye's Rejuvenation Valley has many factions of the Jianghu keeping a close eye on it. Your talent, appearance, and martial arts are all outstanding among the younger generation, but you must not be careless in the slightest. If you are careless and fail miserably, ruining the Grand Commander's plans, don't blame me for being merciless. The 12th of February immediately saluted and said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely do his best." At this point, he opened his mouth again, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Jingzhi smiled and said, "I only want you to not be careless and fight for this position with all your strength. I don't know what other methods the Grand Commander has, or what other countermeasures the sect elders have. In any case, as long as you obtain first place, you will certainly have done a great service to the sect. Naturally, you will be rewarded handsomely." The 12th of February said in panic, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate dares not have any other thoughts." Jingzhi continued, "Old Man Nie's joust has been set up for nearly 2 months. There are many people qualified to compete tomorrow, but we have yet to see Miss Nie's whereabouts. Rejuvenation Valley has also been very strict recently. There has not been the slightest bit of news. It is truly difficult to predict where Miss Nie is." The 12th of February also said, "Darren is extremely correct. If she is not in Rejuvenation Valley, then where has this girl run off to? She actually caused us to suffer a setback." Suddenly, the 12th of February said in astonishment, "Darren, could it be that the girl has already lost her life?" Jingzhi smiled and said, "It is extremely possible. However, even if that girl has lost her life, I wonder how Old Man Nie's joust will end. You should go up the stage. Old Man Nie may conjure up Miss Nie in the end. It doesn't matter who it is. You just need to enter Rejuvenation Valley." The 12th of February said, "I will solemnly obey Darren's command. This Old Man Nie is also extremely cunning. The Nie family's third miss has never shown her face. Very few people in the southern Wulin have seen her true appearance. If we had not been fortunate enough to obtain this information this time, we might not have known that the extremely ordinary little girl was Rejuvenation Valley's third miss. That's right. No one would have thought that Old Man Nie would actually let the third miss, whom no one has ever seen before, handle such an extremely important matter. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall." It was the Grand Commander who devised the strategy and played Rejuvenation Valley in the palm of his hand. AI, that's right. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a martial arts expert, we would have already succeeded. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You should go back and rest early so that you can win the joust tomorrow and become Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law. When the time comes, I will still attend your wedding. Yes, when the time comes, this subordinate will definitely personally invite Darren. You can go now." The 12th of February bowed in salute and left using his qigong. Lord Jingzhi looked around and then looked at the Moon Elder Temple not far away in the darkness. He sighed and said, "Luxurious places show signs of decline. This Moon Elder Temple was also prosperous for a time in the past. Today, it has declined greatly. Not a single person has offered incense or made a wish. Why didn't we let the 12th of February go in and make a wish? I wonder if it is still effective now." After he finished speaking, he floated away. It was actually a top-notch qigong. Like a wisp of smoke, he left. In the Moon Elder Temple, the two animals had already stopped chewing and were standing quietly. The two girls in the bedding were softly snoring and sleeping soundly. The bonfire next to them was also about to burn out, emitting a dark red color. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind the Moon Elder Temple, was sitting cross-legged. The energy waves on her body surged endlessly. At the same time, in the hall of a manor a few dozen li to the west of Sorrow City, a man with dark hair and a beard was in high spirits. It was impossible to tell his age. He was sitting on a chair in the middle of the hall with a worried expression. His brows were furrowed and no one knew what he was thinking. The reason why it was impossible to tell his age was that the man's hand that was holding the teacup had delicate skin. It was even somewhat fair. His face was also well maintained and looked to be in the prime of his life. However, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, the wrinkles on his forehead, and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes all indicated that this middle-aged man had experienced many years. He was definitely not a middle-aged man. At this time, from the back of the hall, a girl in her 20s came in. She was dressed like a married woman and her brows were also tightly furrowed. When she saw the man in front of the hall, she hurriedly came over and saluted, "Father, you haven't slept yet?" The man did not seem to have heard the footsteps of the person who came. When the voice sounded, he turned around in surprise. When he saw the person who came, he sighed slightly and said, "It's Chinron. Aren't you also not sleeping? Where's Yen Qi?" There was a hint of age in his voice. The woman also forced a smile and said, "Yen Qi played crazily for a day and is already tired. Zhonglen told him a story at night and he went to bed early. You also go to sleep. Father just wants some peace and quiet. It's not a big deal. Sigh, Father, don't force yourself. Tomorrow is the last day of the marriage contest. Qianyu hasn't appeared yet." I think, at this point, she could not continue. These two people were actually Nie Qianyu's father, Valley Master Nie, and her sister, Nie Qinrong. Valley Master Nie said miserably, "Although Little Yu's talent is outstanding and she is exceptionally intelligent, but extreme intelligence leads to injury. Her health has not been good since she was young and she is weak and sickly. Fortunately, our Rejuvenation Valley does not have anything else. We have all kinds of immortal herbs and spirit medicines. That's why we raised her until now. Thinking about it, raising her was much more difficult than raising you two sisters." Nie Qinrong comforted, "Father, don't worry too much. Didn't the fortune teller tell my sister's fortune before? How can a peaceful fate be so early?" Valley Master Nie opened his mouth and forced a smile. "The heavens are jealous of beauty. With your sister's talent, even the heavens will be jealous." Sigh, I was also careless. We allowed her to do such an important thing. My sister has a strong personality. She has always lived in the valley and always wanted to contribute to the valley. That's why she took on this difficult task. However, my sister is right. She has never appeared in front of ordinary people. She is the most suitable person to do this. Father, your decision was not wrong. But someone found out. I don't know which force has such strength. Not only did they find out the details of Rejuvenation Valley's operation this time, they also found out Little Yu's true appearance and even chased her for thousands of miles. Nie Qianrong also frowned and said doubtfully, "Yes, this force appeared suddenly. We didn't get any information at all. Even after 2 months, we still can't find any useful information. No matter how mysterious the force is, as long as they want to reach out and get some benefits from Rejuvenation Valley, they will be exposed sooner or later. I'm not worried about this. However, there has been no news of Little Yu for several months. We don't know whether she is alive or not. Father, from the other party's reaction, my sister shouldn't have fallen into their hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to search all the way. Even the people we sent were killed by them. Yes, it's because of this that I quickly withdrew my people and held this martial arts competition to show the entire Jianghu that Little Yu has returned to Rejuvenation Valley. We are celebrating for her. Father, maybe my sister has something else to do, or she was saved by someone else. With my sister's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for her to hide from the enemy. It has been more than 2 months. If she could come back, she should have come back long ago. I calculated her time and that's why I set the date of the martial arts competition to tomorrow. Sigh, there is still a problem. If the winner is decided tomorrow, how will father become my sister out of thin air? Chapter 428. When Valley Master Nya heard this, he relaxed and said, "When I was thinking about this plan that day, I had already thought it through and made 2 arrangements. 2 months is enough for little Yu to return to Rejuvenation Valley. If she can come back, it will be perfect. First, it will push little Yu to the front and officially let the people of Jianghu know her. Second, it will also help her find a good husband. It can be considered as fulfilling your mother's last wish and father will also have one less worry." Nie Qianrong wiped her tears and said, "Mother loved little sister the most. I remember that year, she was worried about little sister's marriage and personally took her to the Moon Elder Temple in Worry City to make a wish." "Ah, yes." Valley Master Nie's gaze passed through the hall and looked at the silent night sky outside the room. He said, "After tomorrow, little Yu will not be able to go to the Moon Elder Temple to make a wish. Father, don't be sad. Isn't there still one more day tomorrow? Perhaps when the martial arts competition ends tomorrow, little sister will be able to come back in time and see the son-in-law that father has chosen for her with a smile on her face." I hope so." Valley Master Nya had clearly passed the age of daydreaming. He sighed, "Miracles, I have long stopped believing in miracles. I only hope that little Yu can return safely. No matter how long it takes, I am willing to wait." Just as he was speaking, a voice sounded, "Father, my condolences." The two turned around and another woman who looked similar to Nie Qianrong walked over. It was Nie Qianyu's second sister, Nie Qianxiu. Valley Master Nya frowned and said, "Qianxiu, why aren't you asleep?" "Can I sleep?" "Father, little sister hasn't returned for several months and tomorrow is a big event for Rejuvenation Valley. There are many things in and out of the valley and you don't have the heart to manage them. I can only reluctantly do it." Valley Master Nya looked apologetically at Nie Qianrong and Nie Qianxiu and said, "It has been hard on you during this period of time. You came back from your husband's home and helped me take care of the affairs in the valley. After this period of time, I should also rest." Nie Qianrong quickly said, "Father, you are not old. My father-in-law is several years older than you. Isn't he also leading a group of brothers in Jianghu? Our Rejuvenation Valley is blessed by nature and has always been neutral, so we don't have to worry about major events happening." But Nie Qianxiu snorted lightly and said, "Big sister's words are wrong. Be vigilant in times of peace. If we weren't too careless, little sister wouldn't have ended up like this." Nie Qianrong frowned and was about to defend herself when she heard Nie Qianxiu turn her head and ask Valley Master Nya, "Father, your plan of choosing a spouse through the martial arts competition is about to fail. I have tried to dissuade you several times that day but you just don't listen. If we choose a good son-in-law tomorrow, there will be another force joining our Rejuvenation Valley. Won't we be dividing our own strength for no reason? Benefiting others? It would be fine if little sister was here, but you clearly don't have a living person. I don't know how you're going to deal with this." Valley Head Nya was a little angry. He glared at her and asked, "Qianxiu, why are you so sure that your little sister won't come back? Is this your own idea or Chongsheng's?" Nie Qianxiu was stunned for a moment and replied firmly, "Of course it's my idea. I also hope that little sister will come back. But it's already been more than 2 months. If she wanted to come back, she would have come back long ago. Why wait until now? The point is, Father, if there is a young master from a sect that we can't afford to offend tomorrow, our Rejuvenation Valley will be in danger of being destroyed." Valley head Nya smiled and said, Qianqiu, go back and rest. It's Rejuvenation Valley that will be destroyed. It has nothing to do with the Steel Rider Hole. You're already married. The Steel Rider Hole naturally has nothing to do with Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, Nya Qianqiu bit her lips and said, Father, don't provoke me with these words. I'll go back first. Let's talk about it after we deal with the predicament tomorrow. Looking at Nya Qianqiu's departing figure, Valley head Nya sighed deeply and shook his head. Nya Qianrong comforted him, Father, don't be angry. Second sister is doing it for the good of Rejuvenation Valley. What she said may not be wrong. You should think more about it. It's fine if you don't listen. Now that second sister is also the young mistress of the Steel Rider Hall, her vision is naturally different and she thinks more. Valley head Nya smiled faintly and said, I'm not angry. I just feel that Qianqiu wasn't like this before. How did she become like this after only being in the Steel Rider Hall for a few years? I don't know how Chongqing influenced her. Is this the so-called leaning in with one's own elbow? Nya Qianrong smiled and said, Father, what are you saying? Then isn't your daughter also selfish? Valley head Nya didn't know whether to shake his head or nod. He said, if you have selfish motives, Father won't blame you. You just have to put Rejuvenation Valley in your heart. You're not like some people who don't have Rejuvenation Valley in their hearts. These words had a deeper meaning and Nya Qianrong really didn't know how to respond. For Rejuvenation Valley, tonight was destined to be a night of sleepless sleep. It was the last day of Rejuvenation Valley's martial competition for marriage. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes along with the rising sun. She put away the primeval stones in her hands and the corners of her mouth revealed a smug smile. Of course, last night was just to deceive people. She took out the dark green grass praying mat that she obtained from the mysterious bronze-masked old man and sat on it to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. But she didn't expect that the grass praying mat was made of an unknown material that had the effect of calming the mind. Not only could it speed up the refinement of the qi in her body, it even increased the speed at which she absorbed the qi from the primeval stones by 2 points. Picking up the light praying mat from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see any abnormalities no matter if she used her eyes or divine sense to examine it. Zhang Xiaohua could only sigh inwardly and said, this item of the immortal Tao is really too magical. With the assistance of this item, the cultivation of the immortal Tao can be expected to progress by leaps and bounds. Zhang Xiaohua put away the jade pieces that were arranged around the Moon Elder Temple and removed the formation. She then went out to find some green grass to feed the black horse and the odd beasts. Only then did she come to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. Usually, at this time, Nya Qianyu and Little Orange would have gotten up and waited for Zhang Xiaohua to finish practicing the fist technique. Then, they would eat together and prepare the carriage for the journey. But today, after Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the fist technique, she waited for a while but still didn't hear any movements in the Moon Elder Temple. She could only walk in and listen to the slight snoring inside. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. She slept very late last night and this was the carefree city that they had lived in since they were young. The mountains, the water, and the aura were all familiar and missed. Moreover, she could return home when she woke up. The burden in her heart had been lifted, so how could she not fall into a deep sleep? After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua didn't disturb them. She also didn't disturb the black horse and the odd beasts. She gently closed the door of the temple and took out the grass praying mat. She sat cross-legged in front of the door and comprehended the way of heaven in her heart. Speaking of this green grass praying mat, she didn't know what it was. When she practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra last night, it could increase the speed of the absorption of primordial qi. The effect of clearing the heart and calming the mind was secondary. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the way of heaven. The effect of clearing the heart and calming the mind was very obvious. Many things that were rather obscure a few days ago actually showed signs of smoothness. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She immediately focused her mind and seized the time to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, she heard a noise behind her. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and left with a smile. That simple posture of getting up seemed so harmonious and natural. At this time, the Moon Elder Temple was in a mess. Nie Qinyu shouted, "Little Orange, what time is it? Why hasn't Brother Ren woken up yet? Why don't you go back and take a look? That's not good, Mississippi. Who knows what he looks like now? If it's inconvenient, it won't be good. Don't worry about it. The sun is high up in the sky. It's definitely not early." Before she finished, Zhang Xiaohua knocked on the temple door and asked, "Have the two ladies in the temple woken up? I've been waiting outside for a long time." Brother Ren, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were stunned. Immediately, Nie Qianyu patted her head and said, "Look at me. I panicked when I saw that it was not early. Why didn't I remember that Brother Ren always woke up earlier than us? Brother Ren, wait a moment. We'll go out immediately." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, sigh, "I'm still inexperienced. Can't you see that the black horse is eating fresh grass? Moreover, we rested in the same room last night. Now I have to wait for a while." Sure enough, not long after, the two opened the door and walked out with flushed faces. They scolded, "Brother Ren, what time is it now? Why didn't you wake us up earlier?" Little Orange even shouted, "If you don't make it in time for the marriage contest today, let's see how Miss will deal with you." Ah. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head a little. Nie Qinyu's face was a little pale and she was also a little anxious. She said, "Don't say so many useless things. Brother Ren, hurry to Rejuvenation Valley. If the contest isn't over, then." She glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and gritted her teeth, "I'll quickly ask my father to cancel this competition." Zhang Xiaohua smiled as she pulled the carriage out of the Moon Elder Temple. "That's right. Little fish Nie, how old are you? It's still too early to talk about marriage. Although this marriage contest is one of your father's plans, since you're back, you should quit while you're ahead." Nie Qinyu bit her lip and said, "I'll do as Brother Ren says." After tidying up the carriage and throwing all the bedding on it, Nie Qinyu looked anxious. In her heart, she was already home. What was the use of these things? Just leave them in the Moon Elder Temple. However, these were all done by Zhang Xiaohua herself. How could Nie Qinyu say no? It wasn't easy to get on the black horse. Nie Qinyu pointed out the way. Zhang Xiaohua lightly patted the black horse's butt. The black horse seemed to know Nie Qinyu's mood and quickly headed west. Out of Worry City, there were countless willows by the roadside. There were also many rivers, small boats, and small bridges. Here, small boats and carriages were used for the same purpose. Most of the time, boats were faster than carriages. After walking for 2 meals, the sun was already overhead. Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel anything, but Nie Qinyu was already sweating profusely. She didn't know whether it was because of the hot weather or because she was anxious. Chapter 429. There were 2 forks in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage. Nie Qinyu thought for a while and pointed to one of the paths. "Brother Ren, let's take this path. The one on the left is the main road to the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. The arena for the martial arts competition must be in front of the entrance of the valley. Let's take this path." Although it's a side door, at least it's quiet and won't be seen by others. Nie Qianyu knew that this martial arts competition for a groom was a cover for her father. If she was seen returning from outside the valley, it would be hard to avoid criticism. Moreover, didn't she want her father to stop? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and drove the carriage to the path on the right. The path was quiet and the trees beside it were lush. There were also many weeds and wildflowers on the ground. From time to time, the sound of the rushing river could be heard. It was really a beautiful scene. After a short while, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Sure enough, not far ahead, there was a huge manor built against a mountain. The mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was lush and there were many plants. The mountain range seemed to be divided into two at the place where the manor was built. There was a deep valley behind the manor. Zhang Xiaohua thought this deep valley should be the name of Rejuvenation Valley. She continued to observe. The manor was actually several times larger than Huanxi Manor. Not only were there pavilions, terraces, and corridors, there were even more planted herbs and wild animals in captivity. It looked green and full of vitality. It really deserved the name Rejuvenation. Zhang Xiaohua secretly praised in her heart. The person in this manor must be an outstanding person. Looking at the gate on the left, sure enough, there was a huge arena set up in front of the gate of the manor. There were two fluttering red flags hanging on it. The words of martial arts competition and of martial arts competition for a groom were written on them. Below the arena, there were countless small tents surrounded by many people. They should be the resting places of different forces. On the arena, there were two handsome young men, each holding a weapon and fighting happily. Inside the arena, there was a row of martial artists of different heights and sizes. They were all dressed differently. They were watching the fight in the arena with great interest. They were whispering to each other from time to time. They seemed to be the judges of the arena. Beside the judges sat a white-haired old man. He was frowning as he watched the fight. He did not seem to be very happy. Is this Nie Xiaoyu's father? He doesn't look like him. Fortunately, Rejuvenation Valley is big enough for so many people to camp in front of the manor. But Rejuvenation Valley is a bit stingy. I don't see anything to entertain them. They came from afar, why don't they provide wine and good food? Or put the arena in the manor? Zhang Xiaohua was cursing in her heart when she suddenly felt someone spying on them from the forest. She used her divine sense and found that the person was dressed in his usual clothes and didn't wear a mask. Maybe it's a guard from Rejuvenation Valley. Sure enough, after the carriage traveled for a while, it was almost in front of that person. That person jumped out and shouted, "Who are you? What business do you have in Rejuvenation Valley? If it's a martial arts competition for a groom, please go to the manor's main gate." Zhang Xiaohua stopped the black horse and was about to answer when Xiao Juzi jumped out of the carriage. Seeing that the guard in front of her didn't seem familiar, she could only call out, "I'm Mrs. Servant Girl. My name is Xiao Juzi. Where is your head guard, Qian Wufing?" When the guard heard that this girl knew Qian Wufing, he didn't dare to slight her and said, "My captain is guarding the arena at the front gate." "Sister, which miss are you?" Before he could finish his words, Nie Qianyu, who was in the carriage, could no longer sit still. She lifted the curtain, stuck her head out and shouted, "It's my girl. Why don't you go and report to the valley master that I'm back?" Nie Qianyu usually didn't show her face in the valley and the guard had only seen her a few times. But looking at the face of valley master Nie Qianrong, and Nie Qianxiu, how could he not know who she was? A surprised smile flashed across the guard's face and he shouted, "Is it third miss? Take your time. I'll report to the valley master immediately. The valley master has already ordered that as long as we see Miss return, we must protect you. Nie Qianyu scolded, no need. Hurry and tell the Valley Master that I'm back. Let him know immediately. Also, don't spread the news that I'm back. I think you also know about the main gate. The guard thought for a moment and said, okay, 3rd Mississippi. I'll go immediately. After he finished speaking, he used his qigong and rushed back. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disappearing figure and said with a smile, little fish Nya, I didn't expect you to have such a high prestige in the valley. This guard didn't even listen to the old valley master's orders. Then, without waiting for Nie Qianyu's reply, she said thoughtfully, a guard like this who can immediately distinguish priorities is really good. From this point, your Rejuvenation Valley's strength is indeed extraordinary. At first, Nie Qianyu thought that Zhang Xiaohua was mocking her, but after hearing the last sentence, she smiled and said, that's right. Although my Rejuvenation Valley isn't some super large sect, we've been operating in the southern martial arts world for many years. We still have this bit of foundation. That's right, little fish Nya, this guard doesn't seem to know you. No matter what, you're still the number 5 person in Rejuvenation Valley. Oh, number 3 person. Number 5. Number 3. Nie Qianyu was startled and immediately understood. She covered her mouth and laughed, I'm now the number 2 person in the valley. Zhang Xiaohua was also startled and asked in confusion, does it your mother count? Nie Qianyu said faintly, mother has already passed away many years ago. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood, but she didn't say much. She only started the carriage and sped along the small road. Not long after, many men with weapons in their hands rushed over from all over the front. They didn't speak much and formed a circle around the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua knew that these were the guards of Rejuvenation Valley, so she didn't ask much and only urged the carriage forward. Soon, the side door of Rejuvenation Valley was in front of them. As soon as the carriage stopped, a man who didn't look old rushed out of the manor with qigong. Nie Qianyu poked her head out of the carriage. When she saw the person, she immediately cried out, Father. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was startled. This person didn't look old. How could he be Nie Qianyu's father? Why did the person in the arena look more like Nie Qianyu's father than the one in front of her? The person who rushed out was Valley Master Nya. When he saw that his most beloved daughter had finally appeared in front of him alive and well with a face full of tears, he naturally knew that his precious daughter had suffered a lot. He couldn't help but tear up. He stepped forward and pulled Nie Qianyu down from the carriage. He held her tightly in his arms and said, Little you, you're finally back. Father is so sorry to have made you do such a dangerous thing. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to explain to your mother who passed away early. Hearing the word mother, Nie Qianyu seemed to have poked at the weakness in her heart and cried even more. Little Orange's face was also full of tears. She kept wiping them, as if she had also suffered a lot. After a while, 2 women dressed as women rushed out of the door. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them and saw that they looked very similar to Nie Qianyu. Needless to say, they were Nie Qianyu's 2 older sisters. When the 2 saw their younger sister who had been missing for a long time, they were happy and their tears naturally fell. They walked forward and held their younger sister's hands, unwilling to let go. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the family was crying sadly, she couldn't help but think of her second brother. She felt a little impatient. She had finally fulfilled a man's promise and sent this 12-year-old girl back in one piece. Next, she should return to Songning Town and look for Xiaohua Ji to see if he had received any news from the Misty School. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, Nie Qianyu. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua call her name, Nie Qianyu raised her tear-stained face and asked curiously, Big Brother Ren? Valley Master Nya also came back to his senses and wiped his tears. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at Nie Qianyu with some questions. Who knew that Nie Qianyu didn't care about Valley Master Nie's gaze and only looked at Zhang Xiaohua's clear eyes? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands towards Valley Master Nie and greeted, "This must be Valley Master Nie." When Valley Master Nie heard this, he understood that this seemingly ordinary youth wasn't simply a carriage driver. Perhaps he wasn't the benefactor who saved his daughter, but at least he was the one who sent his daughter back. He hurriedly returned the greeting, "This is Xiaoxia, I am." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "This is good. Since Miss Nie has been sent to Rejuvenation Valley and into the hands of Valley Master Nie, then I can rest assured. I still have an extremely important matter to attend to and can't stay here for long. Please forgive me, Valley Master. I will take my leave now." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the four odd beasts. What kind of person was Valley Master Nie? Although he didn't understand the situation, when he saw that this youth was about to leave after sending his daughter back, he was already very happy. He hadn't seen many people with such noble character and unquestionable integrity in his life, so how could he let him leave so easily? Valley Master Nie's hand was as fast as lightning and his right hand grabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Of course, his purpose was only to grab onto Zhang Xiaohua and not let him leave. However, the wrist was a vital part of the body. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him do as he wished? However, after thinking about it, he didn't have any evil intentions. He only moved his wrist slightly and dodged Valley Master Nie's hand. Valley Master Nie was also stunned. He never thought that his grab would be dodged by a young junior. At this time, Nie Qianyu, who was beside Valley Master Nie, also called out, "Big Brother Ren, don't be anxious." After speaking, she also grabbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve. "My God," Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, "why do both father and daughter have the same thoughts?" Zhang Xiaohua wanted to flick his sleeve to dodge, but looking at Nie Qianyu's pleading eyes, he couldn't flick his sleeve away no matter what. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Chapter 430. Nie Qianyu grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and asked, "Big Brother Ren, I can't thank you enough for sending us back, but you should at least take a rest in our valley and let me do my part as a host. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the little hand that was tightly grabbing his sleeve and smiled bitterly, Miss Nie, it's not that I don't want to stay, but I do have something very important to do. This matter concerns the lives of my family members, so I can't waste any more time. One day, Big Brother Ren, just one day. Is that okay?" Nie Qianyu wanted to cry again. Little Orange walked to Nie Qianyu's side and whispered, "Young Master Ren, you've taken care of us a lot along the way. If you leave now, Miss will remember it for the rest of her life. She will regret it every moment that she can't repay the kindness of her savior. If you want her to regret it for the rest of her life, you can turn around now." Nie Qianyu's intelligence had already lost a lot at this moment. It was Little Orange who immediately grasped Zhang Xiaohua's weakness. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. Returning to Songning Town wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Moreover, whether or not the disciples of the ethereal sect could deliver the message was another matter altogether. One day wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Nie Qianyu's two elder sisters also saw some clues and knew that this young man must be their younger sister's savior. They both went forward and asked, "Little Yu, why don't you introduce him to your elder sisters?" Nie Qianyu's face was a little hot as she introduced, "Elder sister, second sister, this is Ren Xiaoyao and Ren Xiaoxia. He saved us in Tanha City and escorted us all the way back." Then she turned to Zhang Xiaohua and introduced, "This is my elder sister, Nie Qianrong, and second sister, Nie Qianxiu. Zhang Xiaohua also hurriedly saluted. Tanhe City. Not only were Nie Qianyu's two sisters shocked, even Valley Head Nie was shocked. They had thought that this young man had brought Nie Qianyu back along the way, but if he had interfered in this matter in Tanhe City, and thinking about how Zhang Xiaohua had dodged his attack, Valley Head Nie's heart could not help but turn upside down. This Ren Xiaoyao, which sect's young master is he from? Why don't I have any impression of him? Nie Qianrong and Nie Qianqiu also knew that Tanhe City was very far away from here. This meant that it was this extremely ordinary young man who took care of their little sister during her disappearance for more than 2 months. The two hurriedly bowed again and said, "We sisters will remember Ren Xiaoxia's righteousness." Zhang Xiaohua said that she did not dare to and was about to say something when Valley Head Nie smiled and said, "Since Ren Xiaoxia has already agreed to rest for a day, then there's no need to say anything more. Come, follow me into the villa." This time he did not grab Zhang Xiaohua's wrist and only made a "please" gesture. Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart, "Valley Head Nie, when did I agree? I'm still thinking about it." But since he had already invited her so warmly, Zhang Xiaohua could not refuse. Moreover, her sleeve was still being pulled by Nie Qianyu. "Forget it, let's just go in." Zhang Xiaohua could not go first and modestly declined. Valley Head Nie could only lead the way and Zhang Xiaohua then led the 4 odd beasts into the villa. Nie Qianyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so gentle and humble and her heart was already happy. The smile on her face was like a flower. Nie Qianrong was happy but Nie Qianxiu frowned slightly. After entering the villa, Zhang Xiaohua knew why Valley Head Nie was late until the carriage arrived at the entrance of the villa. In his spiritual sense, he already knew that the villa was huge, but when he actually walked in, he really knew what it meant to be big. After walking for the time to drink a cup of tea, they arrived in front of a very wide hall. There were 3 big words in the hall, Rejuvenation Hall. Valley Head Nie smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, please come to the hall for tea." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the 4 odd beasts, he said, "Xiaoxia, please leave the 4 odd beasts to the servants. My Rejuvenation Valley also has 4 odd beasts and they will not neglect it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's good. Thank you for the trouble." Then she took the long sword from the 4 odd beasts and handed Huan to the family behind her. Then they came to the hall and found a seat to sit down. The family served tea and Valley Head Nie naturally asked about Nie Qianyu's experience during this time. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I have done what you asked me to do." There were many twists and turns on the road back from Tanhe City. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. I think it's better to wait until I have time to tell father and sister. Now let's solve the matter in front of us first. The matter in front of us. Valley Head Nie couldn't help but slap his forehead and said, "Seeing little you come back, I was so happy that I forgot that there is another happy event waiting for us in front of our mountain villa." Then he smiled and said to Nie Qianyu, "Little you are not young anymore. It's time to talk about marriage. Father thought you were young and was reluctant to let you leave home. This time, something happened to you. Father took the initiative and organized this martial arts competition for marriage for you. I believe that with your intelligence, you must know Father's good intentions. I was worried that you wouldn't come back and would be exposed. Now it's good that you are back safely. The martial arts competition is also on the last day and the most outstanding candidate will be chosen. It can be said that we have the best of both worlds." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised when she heard this. Could it be that the rules of Sorrow City are not as strict as Lu Town and Guozhuang House? Girls can talk about marriage at the age of 12. Yes, it must be. However, why do I feel that it is a bit awkward for little Yu, to choose her husband? It's really strange. Father, when mother left, didn't she say that this matter of a husband must be approved by me? I know your painstaking efforts, but I still want to stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more years. Let's end the martial arts competition here. When Nye Qianxiu heard this, she frowned and said, "Little sister's words are making things difficult for father. Father has been painstakingly thinking of a good plan for you and has been busy for over 2 months. Only then has there not been any flaws in this joust for marriage. If you stop now, what should father do?" Nye Qianyu shook her head and said, "Whoever wants to marry can marry. In any case, I will stay in the valley." Nye Qianxiu heard this and raised her eyebrows. "That's fine. It's also good to just find a son-in-law." Nye Qianyu shook her head and said, "Of course not. Second sister, even if I don't marry, I won't find anyone." Nye Qianrong looked at Valley Head Nye with a wry smile and didn't say anything. Valley Head Nye said with a kind face, Okay. If little Ute says she doesn't want it, then she doesn't want it." Then he said to Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianxiu, "Fortunately, I already had a plan when I first came up with this plan. It is feasible to use it now." Then he waved his hand and said to the family next to him, "Mame, come here." "Yes, master." A pretty girl with delicate features walked up to him. "Do you still remember what I told you before?" "Yes, master. From now on, you are my adoptive father. This martial arts competition for a spouse is for your daughter's marriage, not for your third miss." Ah! Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but the 3 Nye sisters were all flabbergasted. This martial arts competition could even involve switching people. Understanding her father's meaning, Nye Qianxiu immediately cried out, "Father, absolutely not." "Why not? When I held this martial arts competition for a spouse, I didn't say which miss would be chosen as a husband. Mame is my adoptive daughter, so of course she is a miss of Rejuvenation Valley. It is perfectly justifiable for me to work for her." Nye Qianxiu shook her head and said, "But, father, it is precisely because you didn't say it was Mame that they all thought the one participating in this martial arts competition for a spouse was little sister. This martial arts competition for a spouse will last for a long time, more than 2 months. Almost all the disciples of the Southern martial arts world have come to compete in the martial arts competition. Even many disciples from the Northern martial arts sects have come to participate. If you change your mind, not only will the outstanding heroes today not agree, even those who have participated in the martial arts competition may not agree. Father, these people originally had some thoughts about our Rejuvenation Valley, but they have been suffering from a lack of opportunity. If you change your mind, won't you be giving your weakness to them?" After thinking for a moment, Nye Qianxiu continued, "It is very likely that our Rejuvenation Valley will encounter an unprecedented crisis." "What crisis can there be?" "Our Rejuvenation Valley has stood tall in Worry City for thousands of years. What great storms and waves have we not seen? Why would we be afraid of this little setback?" Valley Head Nye said in a low voice. Nye Qianxiu said, "Father, this is not a small setback. This is facing almost the entire martial arts world. If those forces who are plotting against our Rejuvenation Valley have the intention to push it, we are very likely, so what if it is? You can't possibly let your sister marry against her will, right?" Nye Qianyu, who was sitting at the side, had originally resolutely opposed her father's arrangement. It was not that she did not know the dangers involved, but she had subconsciously deliberately avoided these. She only wanted, however, it was only when Nye Qianxiu directly and straightforwardly stated the consequences of this matter that she deeply understood what kind of harm her actions would bring to Rejuvenation Valley. Yes, they would have to face the censure of almost the entire martial arts world. Could Rejuvenation Valley withstand it? Actually, it was not that Nie Qianyu did not have other plans in her heart. However, she had already been disappointed once in the Moon Elder Temple last night. Even if she said it out loud today, would she still be disappointed? She did not dare to think about it. Thus, Nie Qianyu gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Father, second sister is extremely correct. Just now, I did not think it through. I promise father, young mistress, please don't." At this moment, Little Orange no longer cared about the rules of the villa and immediately shouted, "Young mistress, I know what's on your mind. However, even if you can't get what you want now, if you casually get married to a man you don't even know, in the future, even if you want to go back on your words and want to turn back, it will be impossible." Nie Qianyu said with tears streaming down her face, "Then, Little Orange, tell me, what other choice do I have?" "You do." Zhang Xiaohua at the side said strangely. When everyone heard this, they were all overjoyed. Chapter 431. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and smiled. "Miss Nia is just 12 years old this year. Although early marriage is popular here, you can still delay it. After this storm has passed, you can find a chance to kick the person you don't like out of Rejuvenation Valley. This way, the spearhead will change. It will no longer be directed at the entire martial arts world, but at a certain sect. Speaking of the martial arts world, there is no need to be afraid of others finding fault with you. With Rejuvenation Valley's strength, you probably won't be afraid of a sect or sect. Valley Head Nia, what do you think of my idea?" However, the strange gazes of everyone in the hall clearly told him, this is a bad idea. Zhang Xiaohua could only mock herself. If Valley Head Nia feels that it is wrong, then just take it that I am speaking nonsense. Valley Head Nia looked at Nie Qianyu and smiled wryly. "Ren Xiaoxia said it very well and is also very correct. It is truly a wonderful idea, but..." Nie Qianyu walked up from the side and bowed. "Big brother Ren, I apologize to you. I lied to you that day. Little Orange and I are both 16 years old." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "What is this?" "That day, I thought I was taking advantage of him, but in the end, I was still deceived. However, I can believe that Little Orange is 16 years old, but Little Fish's figure, sigh, it is not good for women to be smart." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Forget it, Miss Nia, I have been deceived by you more than once or twice along the way. I am already used to it." Nie Qianyu felt wronged. "Big brother Ren, I really didn't do it on purpose. Little Orange and I are both weak women and have to guard against many things." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. I know. Everyone has their own difficulties and their own reasons for deceiving others. How can I not know? Don't worry, I have already forgiven you." Zhang Xiaohua said this sentence very clearly and her pronunciation was also very accurate. Valley Master Nia watched from the side and explained, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame her. This is just my daughter's little thought. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." Then he added, "Xiaoyu's body hasn't been good since she was young, so she developed later. If I didn't know her and you said that she was 12 years old, would think it was true." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said nothing more. But soon, the people in the hall became gloomy again. It was getting late, and the winner would be decided in the arena at the main entrance. In a few hours, there would be a winner, and Nie Qianyu would marry the winner. Even if there were any twists and turns in the future, Nie Qianyu would be married to the winner in name. At least the whole Jianghu would know about it. At this moment, Nie Qianrong, who had been observing Nie Qianyu and Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, suddenly smiled and said, "Daddy, Xiaoyu, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Nie Qianyu was anxious and said, Sister, this is not the time. Just say it. Nie Qianrong looked at Nie Qianyu with a smile and said, I don't know what I'm doing. Isn't the person who will solve the problem right in front of us? As long as this person agrees, this matter will be a piece of cake. Zhang Xiaohua heard and quickly picked up the teacup and lowered her head to taste the tea. This tea is not bad. It's comparable to Guizhuang House's tea. The tea is very fragrant and delicious. I'm here to taste the tea. Don't look at me, I won't look at you either. You can discuss among yourselves. Nie Qianyu glanced at Zhang Xiaohua's attitude and her eyes were full of disappointment. She whispered, Sister, you can't force people to do something like this. Maybe after this matter is over, I'll shave my hair and become a nun. Maybe that will be my end. Sigh, a sigh. Zhang Xiaohua's heart, tempered by the immortal Tao, couldn't help but tremble. When Valley Master Nia heard this, he waved his hand and said, There's no need. Little you, listen to your father and let Mame go. If I can't let you have happiness in this life and live with a stranger, or live a miserable life, how can I, as your father, bear the title of father? Good little you, even if Rejuvenation Valley has to perish together with the enemy, father won't let you suffer the slightest grievance. Valley Master Nia spoke resolutely and decisively, and Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled again. Nie Qianxiu immediately cried out, Father, you can't do that. This is our Nie family's 1,000 years of foundation. We can't just throw it away like this. Then he turned to Nie Qianyu and said, Sister, don't be too willful. Don't you know the consequences of Rejuvenation Valley being destroyed? Families broken and people dead, countless dead and injured. Besides, the marriage by joust isn't as scary as you think. Didn't I not know your second brother-in-law before we got married? Nie Qianxiu was about to say something when Nie Qianyu smiled bleakly. Second sister, when did I say that I didn't recognize this marriage by joust? I know what you're saying. I just want to make a clean break after dealing with this matter. Clean break. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of Peng for no reason, a real man who resolutely ended his life at the top of Ethereal Peak. At the same time, she also thought of the tragic situation of the Misty School being destroyed, and her second brother who had disappeared without a trace. Sigh, is this the legendary saying that one has no choice in the pugilistic world? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself. Nie Qianrong waited for the others to stop talking before saying, Sister is a bit serious. Actually, didn't Ren Xiaoxia already say a very good idea just now? If we follow Ren Xiaoxia's idea, it will definitely work. But since Sister isn't 12 years old, what if the person who wins first place today is the one we're looking for? Shouldn't we wait until this matter is over and find a reason to kick him out of Rejuvenation Valley? Don't you think that's a very good idea? Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up. How could she not have thought of this? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't express anything from last night's probing in her words just now. She had long since blocked this path and didn't think too deeply about it. Now that she heard it, perhaps this was the best way to resolve this matter. Seeing the Nia family of 4 looking at her with 8 pairs of bright eyes, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't continue drinking her tea. She could only put down the teacup and say with a smile, the person eldest Miss Nia is talking about must be me. Nie Qianrong smiled and said, It is indeed Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, But eldest Miss Nia, do you know my background? Which sect is it? Also, how can you be so sure that I will win first place today? Nie Qianrong said, Naturally, I already know the other party's strength from our fierce battles with the enemy in Rejuvenation Valley during this period of time. Since Ren Xiaoxia was able to rescue my sister from the hands of others in Tanha City, there is no need to speak of his martial arts and intelligence. The martial arts on the arena for finding a spouse are only fancy moves. How can they compare to real skills that have been tested by blood and fire? Moreover, Ren Xiaoxia is only a cover and will be kicked out of Rejuvenation Valley in a few days. Why would we care about Ren Xiaoxia's background? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Eldest Miss Nia misunderstands. When I met eldest Miss Nia, she had already been rescued. I don't dare to take credit." Nie Qianrong started and immediately looked at Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Also, if I change my mind in the future and don't make mistakes, how will you kick me out of the valley?" Nie Qianrong winked craftily and patted her chest somewhat exaggeratedly, saying, "Ah. So it's like this. Ren Xiaoxia, you actually want to burn the bridge after crossing the river and rely on our Rejuvenation Valley. This." Then, she changed the topic and said, "We couldn't ask for more." Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. Only now did she know why Nie Qianyu's words were so sharp. With her sister like this, wouldn't she be teased at any time? When Nie Qianxiu heard Nie Qianrong's idea, her expression was somewhat abnormal. But when she heard that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't the person who saved Nie Qianyu, her expression returned to normal. She asked at this time, "Then Ren Xiaoxia, how confident are you in the arena?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Not even half a chance. I usually study more and practice less martial arts. Eldest Miss Nia is just forcing a duck onto a perch. Don't bet all the treasures on me." Nie Qianxiu nodded. When Nie Qianyu heard Zhang Xiaohua's tone, she had already agreed. Others didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, but how could she not know? Just that simple move in the peach forest that day was enough to suppress all the heroes, not to mention his heroic posture with a long sword. Nie Qianyu stood up and bowed, "Thank you, Big Brother Ren." There was a slight blush on her face. Yes, as long as Zhang Xiaohua suppressed all the heroes and won the championship, even if Rejuvenation Valley found a chance to ruin this marriage in the future, she was still his fiancée after all. When she thought about it, her heart felt sweet and shy. Moreover, there was a thin layer of paper between a woman and a man. What if Rejuvenation Valley didn't regret it in the future? When Valley Head Nye saw this, he was also overjoyed. Although he didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's background, how could he not know his daughter's thoughts when he saw her appearance? Moreover, he had already roughly known Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts level when he fought just now. Such a person must be a disciple of a large sect in Jianghu and was a good match for his darling. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohua agreed to fight, he naturally couldn't stop smiling. Dripping water could penetrate stone, let alone a man's heart. He was an experienced person, how could he not know this? Taking a step back, as long as Zhang Xiaohua won in the end, she would have helped him clean up the mess and saved the entire Rejuvenation Valley. He really didn't know how to repay such kindness. Cough, it's best to be his son-in-law. Good meat is in the pot and there's no need to repay anything. Valley Head Nye thought and was secretly happy. Just as he was thinking, Nye Qianrong cried out in surprise, "Oh, father, you're only thinking of countermeasures. It seems that it's getting late. Don't wait for today's first place to be decided on the ring. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Valley Head Nye immediately woke up from his daydream and stood up. "Yes, Ren Xiaoxia, let's go quickly. Since we've already decided to fight, it's better to get on the ring a step earlier. If we're half a step late, it'll be too late to regret." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky outside and asked, "It's still early, is it going to end so soon?" Chapter 432. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and smiled. Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition for a spouse doesn't need to sign up in advance and pay a registration fee. He seemed to have thought of Yuan Guohou and Zhou Tai. Valley head Nya smiled. Of course we don't need these. However, if they come to our door and give us gifts, we can only accept them. If not, wouldn't we appear to be lacking in confidence? Zhang Xiaohua nodded, feeling as if she had found a soulmate. Nie Qianyu hurriedly said from behind, "Father, it's getting late." Valley head Nya said apologetically, "Ren Xiaoxia, you see, if we're late, it's not impossible to open a back door for you and add a stopper. However, if we kick you out in the future and break off the engagement, wouldn't it be awkward for others? We're all smart people, so when we do things, we have to do it seamlessly. Why don't we use our qigong to go over?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Valley head Nya is indeed meticulous. I had the same idea, please." "Okay, I'll lead the way. Ren Xiaoxia, please." After speaking, Valley head Nya didn't stand on ceremony. He tapped his foot and his body floated towards the door. His arms shook and he rushed towards the door of the villa like a white crane. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. She picked up the long sword from the ground and without making any movements, her body reached the door. Then, as if her feet didn't touch the ground, she chased after him. Behind her, Nie Qianyu also hurriedly called out, "Little Orange, quickly prepare the horse. Let's go take a look." Valley head Nya used his qigong to rush towards the main door while paying attention to the back. He wanted to see just how capable this unassuming young man was. As expected, ever since he came out of the hall, Zhang Xiaohua had been following behind him at a leisurely pace. In the beginning, Valley head Nya only used 50% of his internal strength. After all, his internal strength was close to perfection and wasn't something a 20-year-old youth could compare to. But after running for a while, seeing that he couldn't shake them off, Valley Master Nya increased his speed by 30% and quickly rushed forward. But after a while, Valley Master Nya took a look. This young man was still following behind him at a leisurely pace. There was less than a foot of distance between them. Valley Master Nya couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart, not to mention this young man's calm temperament. Just his qigong alone is enough to show disdain for heroes. Valley Master Nya knew very well that Rejuvenation Valley's inherited martial arts were ordinary, but their qigong was not restricted to one pattern. It was not something commonly seen, but rather something else. For Zhang Xiaohua to be able to catch up to him with 80% of his power, she was already an expert in qigong in the Jianghu. Seeing that the door was close, Valley Master Nye's heart skipped a beat. He instantly raised his internal energy to 100%, wanting to see if Zhang Xiaohua could catch up. However, when he tilted his head to look behind him, he could not help but think to himself, "This is bad. Don't tell me I lost him." There was no one behind him. But that couldn't be. Even if he couldn't catch up to him, he should still be able to see him. Could it be? When Valley Master Nya suddenly looked forward, sure enough, an unbelievable thing happened. That thin and tall figure had already run in front of him. In a flash, he had already left the manor. This. Valley Master Nya almost fell from the sky. What kind of qigong is this guy using? He's actually so fast. And, how did he run in front of me? The most important thing is that this young man was following me calmly just now. How did he suddenly show off his power and run in front of me? Could it be that my repeated probing angered him? Sigh, young people are still young in the end. And, it's not bad to have anger. Since he's a young man, he should have anger. Little Yu's mother will definitely like this young man when she sees him. It had to be said that the more a prospective father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. In front of Rejuvenation Valley, on the large arena, a young man with an arrogant face was holding a long sword. He stood at the side of the arena and his pure white robes made him look even more otherworldly. Next to him stood an old man with gray hair and beard. It was the person that Zhang Xiaohua had mistaken for Valley Master Nia. He cupped his hands and said to the crowd below the arena, "Young heroes of the pugilistic world, this is the last day of the confirmation of the Rejuvenation Valley's marriage by martial arts competition. In another hour, it will be the last round of the arena competition. Now, Long Lin from Longting Sword Village has already won several rounds in a row. If no one challenges him, then young Master Long will be the last person to obtain the qualifications for the arena competition. I will count to 10. If no one comes up, then it will be considered young Master Long's victory." At this moment, a figure jumped out from Rejuvenation Valley and quickly ran to the side of the arena. At this moment, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on the arena. Who would notice this? The old man circulated his internal energy and loudly counted, 10, 9. The crowd below the arena had already seen young Master Long's invincible might today. They knew that this was just a formality and no one would come up to challenge him. Thus, they all cheered and counted, 8, 7. On the arena, young Master Long also smiled and repeatedly cupped his hands to the crowd below the arena. Soon, the number reached 4, 3. Then, someone shouted from the side of the arena, "No need to count anymore. Let this young master experience young Master Long's skills." The sound of the countdown stopped abruptly. When everyone looked over to the side, a thin and tall young man with an ordinary appearance walked over with quick steps while holding a sword base in his hand not too far away from the arena. Wasn't it precisely Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked to the front of the arena and sized it up. Then, she stabbed the long sword in her hand into the ground and flew up. She cupped her hands to the old man and said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. I wonder if I can challenge this young Master Long." Before the old man could speak, the crowd below the arena roared with laughter. Someone shouted, "You little brat, how old are you? You're already thinking about getting married." "Ha ha ha, that's right. He's just a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. Why is he here to join in the fun? Look at that brat. What is he wearing? He's obviously here to drink wine. I don't know where he came from. He wants to take advantage of this arena. Is this Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law someone like him can think of?" Below the stage, there were all sorts of discussions going on. However, at a spot slightly to the east, there was a person with an injured arm. Beside him, there was another person with a pale face. He opened his mouth but was unable to say anything. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After which, they softly cried out, "It's actually him." On the arena, Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to all the words below the arena. She only smiled and asked the old man, "Sir, do you think I can participate in the competition?" "This?" The old man was a bit hesitant. Indeed, this young man looked unfamiliar and wasn't someone from the southern martial arts world. Moreover, he had a young face and was younger than the third miss of the Nie family. However, when one thought of Nie Qianyu's undeveloped appearance, she was extremely compatible with this young man. Moreover, Valley Master Nie didn't set any lower age limit for the martial arts competition. He only said that it had to be a hero under the age of 20. This young man should meet the requirements. However, the competition for marriage had been held for more than 2 months. When had such a young man ever appeared on the arena? There was no precedent. The old man was a bit hesitant. Just as he was about to turn around and discuss with the judges, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure hurrying over from the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. Wasn't that Valley Head Nye? It had to be said that Valley Head Nye was also ashamed. He hadn't even reached the entrance of the manor when he heard the crowd counting outside. It sounded to 5. With his qigong, it would be difficult for him to arrive before the count ended. At this crucial moment, the counting stopped abruptly. Although Valley Head Nye couldn't clearly hear Zhang Xiaohua's words, he was certain that Zhang Xiaohua, who had rushed over in front of him, had stopped it. Thinking of how he had used the attitude of a senior to test the other's qigong, Valley Head Nye had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Jealousy. Disappointment. Gratification. Peace of mind. It was this indescribable feeling that made him forget, how did this young man know that the arena was about to end? When he arrived at the entrance, Zhang Xiaohua had already gone on the arena to verify her qualifications. When the old man saw Valley Head Nye come out, he said loudly, "Xiaoxia, please wait a moment. The owner of the arena has arrived. I will ask him to come and make a decision." After speaking, he said in a clear voice, "Valley Head Nye, you haven't appeared for an entire day. I thought you would be able to sit at home. It seems that you finally couldn't hold back and wanted to come see who will win first place." Valley Master Nye took a few leaps and landed on the stage. He smiled and cupped his hands to the crowd below the stage. "Many thanks to all the heroes for your support." There are a lot of things to do in the valley. Moreover, seeing that the martial arts competition for marriage is about to end, this old man is going to marry off his daughter, so the dowry still needs to be prepared. Therefore, I will have to treat everyone slowly. When the crowd below the arena heard this, they all laughed loudly and said, "Valley Head Nye is too courteous. This is a joyous occasion, how can you not be busy? You can be busy, but don't forget us at the wedding banquet." Of course, of course. When the time comes, all the sects in the martial arts world will participate in my Rejuvenation Valley's joyous occasion. Valley Head Nye turned his head to look at the two on the arena and said with a frown, "Brother Yu, it's already late. Why are the two little heroes on the arena?" The old man said with a smile, "Aren't they waiting for Brother Nye to make a decision?" "Make a decision?" Valley Head Nye said curiously, "The outcome of the competition can be determined by you. Is there a need for me? I have given all the authority to Brother." Seeing Valley Head Nye act so well, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy. The old man pointed at young Master Long and said, "At this time, young Master Long of the Soaring Dragon Sword Village has already won several matches in a row. If no one challenges him, he will be today's number 1. But just before Brother came out, this Ren Xiaoxia jumped onto the arena and wants to challenge young Master Long," Valley Head Nye said with a frown. "Since he came up, then let's start the fight." But this Ren Xiaoxia came alone without anyone accompanying him. Also, he doesn't look very old. This seems. Chapter 433. Hearing this, Valley Head Nye waved his hand and said with a smile, "Since you have come to participate in the martial competition for a spouse, Rejuvenation Valley welcomes all of you. Rejuvenation Valley has never discriminated against anyone. No matter if you are empty-handed, have brought your family, or are from the northern and southern martial circles, as long as you are not married and are under the age of 20, you can participate." Nonsense, they were just acting. Even if the conditions were not suitable, they would create the conditions to allow Zhang Xiaohua to enter the arena. Furthermore, Valley Head Nya was the one who made the rules. There was another condition behind the martial competition for a spouse: all rights of interpretation belonged to Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, the old man said with a smile, "Brother Nye's words are exactly what I was thinking." After speaking, he turned his head and said to young Master Long, who was coldly watching everything, "Young Master Long, do you have any objections?" Young Master Long shook his head and said, "What objections can I have? He is just a cold dish for me to warm up. However, I ask Elder Yu and Valley Head Nye to observe clearly. It is already late and there will be fierce battles in a while. I hope this will be the final battle to determine the qualifications." These words truly touched the bottom of Valley Head Nye's heart. He said in a clear voice, "Heroes under the arena, young Master Long has already fought fiercely for a day. This should be the final battle to determine the qualifications in 2 months. What does everyone think?" Zhang Xiaohua was also secretly laughing. These words clearly sounded like they were comforting young Master Long, but what about the reality? As expected, the people under the arena said with a smile, "We have already submitted to young Master Long. You should speak to this little guy who just went up." Valley Head Nye naturally did not need to speak to Zhang Xiaohua. He only waved his hand towards the old man and found a place to sit next to the adjudicators. The old man walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and young Master Long and said, "I am Yu Yan of the Deer Cry sect." As the main adjudicator of this competition, young Master Long already knows. There is no need to say anything. "Young Master Ren, do you have any objections?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly clasped her hands and said, "Elder Yu, I have no objections." "All right, the martial competition for a spouse is a joyous occasion. You are not allowed to kill anyone on this arena. Even if you want to injure someone, you should try your best not to. Since Ren Xiaoxia has entered the arena, he must already know the rules of Rejuvenation Valley's arena." This old man won't say more. "All right, you may begin." After he finished speaking, Yu Yan sat back down on his chair in the ring. He looked uneasily at Valley Master Nye, who was sitting there as steadily as Mount Tai. Could it be that little Yu has returned? On the stage, Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and said, "Young Master Long. Please." That young Master Dragon said proudly, "What weapon do you use?" "Just now, your sword seemed to have been placed on the ground below the arena." Zhang Xiaohua tapped the stage with her foot and laughed inwardly. This stage is made of sturdy wood, so it shouldn't be a problem for dozens of people to get on. But, if people come up with swords, it won't be easy. She smiled and said, "I forgot about that." Young Master Long said gently, "It's all right, you can go down and get it. I'll wait for you." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Young Master Long, I heard that once you enter the arena, you can't leave. Jumping off the arena is automatically admitting defeat." Young Master Long curled his lips and said, "So you know. I thought you hadn't seen much of the world." Then he sneered, "Even so, you want to face my sword empty-handed?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Looking at the current situation, that's the only way." Ha! The crowd below the arena roared with laughter again. Someone even said in a low voice, "Is this guy's brain damaged? He wants to face the sword of young Master Long of Dragon Soaring Sword Village with his bare hands. Stupid, you don't understand. This is his strategy. He knows that he can't beat young Master Sword in swordsmanship, so he threw his sword below the arena before going up. Of course, he can't come down after going up the arena. Young Master Long is called Young Master Sword in the Jianghu, so he naturally has scruples about his face and won't use his sword to fight him." Zhang Xiaohua was tired of listening. "Do I need to do that? When did I become so good at scheming?" When young Master Long heard this, he also felt that it was reasonable. Who would throw their sword before going up the arena? But, should he use his sword or not? Not to mention young Master Long's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he was secretly scheming in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Young Master Long, you've already fought a few rounds on this stage, so you must be tired. Why don't we think of a simple way to determine the winner in a few moves? This is good for you, for me, and for everyone." When young Master Long heard this, he was quite moved. To be honest, if he didn't have scruples about his face on the arena, young Master Long would have jumped up and scolded, "Is there anyone who does this? I've fought for a whole day and dealt with everything I could. When the final count came, you jumped out. What were you doing earlier?" But wasn't he called young Master Sword in the Jianghu? His face was more important than anything else. Although he had used all his methods to defeat his opponent, but he couldn't lose face in front of this young man. So, young Master Long thought for a while and threw out the sword in his hand. The sword was like a swimming dragon, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. It was the real Zhang Xiaohua's ugly sword embryo. When the audience saw this, they all cheered loudly, "Young Master Sword, young Master Sword." Even Valley Master Nia, who was on the arena, had a face full of smiles. Everyone thought that this smiling Valley Master was praising young Master Long. Who knew what he was thinking in his heart? Little Yu's eyesight is indeed right. What was that saying again? Birds of a feather flock together. Little Yu is so intelligent, how could the person she values be a boorish fellow? This kid hasn't even gone up the arena and he has already made young Master Long stunned. He actually forced him to throw away his best sword. Admirable, admirable. If he doesn't win, then there's no justice in this world. Seeing Valley Master Nia's smiling face, young Master Long's confidence increased greatly. He didn't throw away the sword for nothing. He had already gained a lot of impression points. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, his heart was even more at ease. What was this called? This was called, "When one's luck is good, the heavens are taking care of you." He had already decided to end the battle quickly. This young man in front of him had already said what he wanted to say. If the heavens didn't want him to win, what other reason could there be? Young Master Long looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and smiled. "Little brother's body is a little thin and weak. That's fine, I have some reputation in the Jianghu. How can I take advantage of you? I'll do as you say." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "That's good. Young master, please tell me the name. Is it fist to fist or leg to leg? I don't have many opportunities to fight with others, so I don't know much." Young Master Long quickly waved his hand and said gently, "Don't, little brother. Since I've already listened to you, then I'll let you make the decision. Whether it's a battle of words or martial arts, I'm willing to risk my life to accompany you." In an instant, the audience gave countless thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "How about this, young Master Long? When I'm fighting with others, it's always 3 moves to decide the winner. We'll take turns to attack each other 3 moves. You attack first and I won't fight back. Then I'll attack again and you can't fight back. Whoever can't take it within 3 moves loses. What do you think? This?" Young Master Long was secretly delighted. Even Valley Master Nia was shocked. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua would first force young Master Long to abandon his sword and then compete with young Master Li in a fist fight. He would then use his qinggong to slowly grind young Master Long down. After all, young Master Long had already fought many times. It was inevitable that his internal energy would be exhausted. But Zhang Xiaohua actually suggested a quick battle. It seemed like he was still letting the opponent make the first move. Wasn't this extremely stupid? This young man is brave and resourceful. Maybe he has other ideas. Valley Master Nya could only think this way. But then, his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly thought, although Longting's sword manner is named after the sword and their sword techniques are naturally the best, other than sword techniques, Longting's sword manner also has a little-known internal energy cultivation method. It's called Longting Mental Cultivation Method. The disciples who cultivate this mental cultivation method all have strong internal energy. Moreover, once they use it, they have the power of a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. Ren Xiaoxia is so calculative, but he forgot this point. Maybe he doesn't even know about this Longting mental cultivation method. Valley Master Nya couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. Everyone raised their heads to look. In front of them were 3 women. Behind them were a few disciples of Rejuvenation Valley. Needless to say, these 3 women were the 3 young ladies of Rejuvenation Valley. Everyone below the stage couldn't help but stand up. Nonsense, everyone had been competing here for more than 2 months. Wasn't it all for the sake of marrying the 3rd young lady inside? Now that the main character had appeared, who wouldn't be moved? Moreover, the competition for a spouse had already been going on for more than 2 months. Every 3 days, there would be a winner who would obtain the final qualification. Now, there were nearly 20 young talents waiting for the final elimination. In these 2 months, the 3rd young lady of the Nya family had never appeared. Even when everyone repeatedly requested to see her, they were all rejected by Valley Master Nya. Everyone had their suspicions. Now that they had seen the last round of the qualification competition and young lady Nya had finally appeared, their suspicions were greatly dispelled. However, when everyone saw Nya Qinyu's appearance, they couldn't help but have the same thought: she doesn't live up to her name. Not to mention that Nya Qinyu's skin wasn't very fair and her features weren't very outstanding. She didn't look like she was 16 years old at all. This caused the majority of the people who didn't enter the final elimination competition to feel lucky. Luckily, I didn't enter the final elimination competition. This girl doesn't seem to be as beautiful as the rumors say. Compared to her 2 older sisters, she's much worse. A failure is a failure. There's no loss. The other 20 or so people who were already qualified were thinking, this old Nya actually dared to lie to us. He said that his girls were as beautiful as flowers and jade. What kind of appearance do they look like? They have nothing to do with the word beauty at all. Heavenly lightning contains a kind of vitality, which is the power of life. When Zhang Xiaohua guided lightning into her body, the power of life also entered her body and entered a mysterious place behind her head. This girl spent almost all of her 4 years on the deserted island attracting lightning. Under the power of life, her appearance remained the same as it was 4 years ago. After returning to land, she returned to her normal growth. As for Xiaohua's lifespan, other uses of the power of life, and other mysteries, do I still need to explain? Take your time. Also, I didn't rest this weekend and wrote 4 chapters. I probably can't guarantee the next 2 weeks of work, but I'll try my best. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.